Let me just blast off. Okay, let's do it. As Israel gears up for a Rafah invasion, U.S. has taken action both against the ICC and also Israel. Drake musically committed. Yeah, Drake claims he's too famous to be a sex offender, in parentheses, wild, in latest diss track. Met Gala, Hades 2, possible gaming. Say BBL Drizzy instead? No. You see everyone stealing your flow with the Always Sunny clip? I mean, to be fair, it was a chatter in here that came up with that, and I yoinked it from him. And now everyone else is doing that same meme, but it's all good. It's community memes. Yeah, Israel also shut down Al Jazeera. Obviously, I'll be talking about that too. All right, this fucking J. Cole meme sucks ass, but I'm just gonna use that instead. I love you guys, but when you come in here and you're like, bro, why aren't you talking about the situation in South Brazil? I'm like, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, okay? And also, on top of that, it's like what are we doing here? What's going on? What are we doing here? What's like? You'll be like, hey, you know, my bathroom flooded. Yeah, I live in Connecticut. My bathroom fucking flooded. Why won't you talk about this disaster? And it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like there's a lot more stuff happening. There's only a finite amount of time and space and you know, mental bandwidth that I can afford to every single thing that's happening in the world. You know? It's a crazy climate catastrophe. Why aren't you talking about the latest wild patch? Where was your intro from today? Little Bear made the intro. That's right. LB, Little Bear made the intro. It's an old song mashup that I used to use all the time, but she made it into basically a newer version with the Palestine protests. The latest wild patch is bad. Hope this helps, chatter. No, 724 stream, all news coverage. Yeah, I know. Anyway, yeah, Hades 2 is in early access, I heard. So, god damn, there's so much news. I feel like if I don't cover the news every day, like the one time when I come back, as soon as I come back from a hiatus, if it's like 24 hours or not, the amount of news that is just out there that I must cover instantly is just shocking. In Drake's defense, he called for a ceasefire on October 30th while Kendrick was caught deleting pro-Palestine comments. No, the Kendrick was caught deleting pro-Palestine comments is fake. That wasn't a real story, I don't think. But you're right about the Drake the Drake part of the conversation. Drake was, and I have said this time and time again, Drake literally was one of the first major artists, one of probably the biggest artists to sign the Artists for Ceasefire pledge before anybody else. This is true. Drake also, you know, listen, I'm gonna be fucking 100% honest about this sort of thing, you know, regardless of my biases. Drake definitely is surrounded by a lot of people who are pro-Palestine. He himself seemingly is pro-Palestine, and he definitely fucking signed that ceasefire shit way before any other major celebrity did. Okay? That's true. Yeah, he's always been Arab friendly. I mean, he's from Toronto, of course. This doesn't mean that Kendrick Lamar is a Zionist or whatever, even though he is friends with Pharrell, who is a Zionist. But this, on the other hand, has nothing to do with, their potential opinions on Palestine. Anyway, so because Drake cares for clout. Wait, what? I think you guys are fucking insane and are so far removed from the real world and so far removed from the potential consequences of being a fucking famous celebrity who does speak out in favor of Palestinians, because you literally, the moment that someone says to me, oh, you're pro-Palestine for clout, I'm like, oh, you're just like an internet brain kid. Like, you must think that like this is TikTok or something. Brother, sure, being pro-Palestinian is like actually being pro-Palestine on TikTok now might be actually like a totally permissible opinion, maybe even a cool one, okay? But like in the real world where a lot of us live, okay, especially in the entertainment industry, for example, you're out of your fucking mind if you think that being pro-Palestine is like gonna give you fucking clout. Jonathan Glazer is like, Jonathan Glazer is a Jewish director writer who made a movie about the Holocaust called Zone of Interest, okay, about the Nazis in the Holocaust and their everyday existence, right? Like truly awful worm-like individuals. It was a phenomenal movie. It won an Oscar. Jonathan Glazer, who is Jewish himself, came out and said, my movie and everything I talked about in my fucking movie, in my Oscars acceptance speech, is almost identical to what the fuck's going on in Israel. And the world needs to fucking recognize that. And we haven't heard from him since, okay? They packed his ass up. They literally immediately were like, here is a Google Doc with like 7,000 signatures on it that says Jonathan Glazer is a fake Jew, okay? Like, you guys are insane. You have no knowledge of at least like Hollywood and the entertainment industry in terms of like what you can and can't say in terms of Israel, Palestine, okay? You also can't really pop off about Israel, Palestine at your normal job either, okay? Most normies, especially over the age of 45, your managers and your bosses are going to look at you like you're insane for saying that. So that's why you're totally inoculated from like the normal people to have such an opinion to go, dude, you're pro-Palestine for clout. Yeah, dude, it's not TikTok, okay? This ain't TikTok. You will get fired. Yeah, Zionists can say whatever the fuck they want, obviously, because that's the norm. It's just like, I mean, it's so funny to have that opinion. Like, when you're coming in here to watch my coverage, what is my coverage? Showing you college students getting fucking brutalized by some of the most militant police reaction to anything I've ever seen in my entire fucking career. And then you still make this assertion that like people are running around being fucking pro-Palestine for clout or whatever. It's like, come on, guys. I don't know. Maybe you watch too many fucking like weird debate pedophile videos talking about how people do everything for clout, which is like a way to shelter their own fucking feelings on the matter because they do everything for clout because they're goddamn, debate mercenaries or whatever. Anyway, White House
lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive. The president reaffirmed.
The White House is holding a press briefing currently. We're not going to get into that. Let's start. Okay. The only place where you can get like some clout, I guess, quote unquote, is TikTok. That's for sure. But like beyond that, and TikTok is not the real world. Okay. TikTok has the capacity to change people's minds, but ultimately the minds that are changing on TikTok are still genuinely a decade removed from power at the very least, if not 2-3 decades removed from power. All right. Let's talk about this ceasefire because I wanted to talk about what is going on with Israel. It's kind of crazy. Obviously, like the American reaction to students protesting against Israel has been insane. Somewhat expected, but still kind of insane how aggro they are, how much they're fucking flailing. Like, all you need to do is just go out there and be a voice, and people still lose their minds. They're like, this is unhinged. Like, we have to kill you. We have to arrest you. We have to do everything we can. Now, having said that, Israel is also being unimaginably unhinged simultaneously, just doing Israel shit. Okay? There has been a ceasefire negotiation process with a lot of back and forth for some time now. Israel is the party that has been ruining the ceasefire terms. I know that it takes two to tango, but for the most part, I would say that Hamas's conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but. Now, of course, if you look at the American news coverage, the Western media's coverage on the issue, you would basically come up with an entirely different opinion, perhaps the exact opposite of what is the truth, right? Hassan is a fucking communist bitch. Fuck Palestine. Let's keep it. Let's let him cook. Let's see what this dipshit has to say. He's been here since November 6, 2020. So basically what I'm trying to say is the media is presenting what is actually happening, looking at what is actually happening and just presenting the exact opposite. Okay? The exact opposite. So, yeah. Artists for ceasefire. Drizzy for Palestine. What about artists condemning Hamas? Okay, come on, dude. Chill. The thing is, like, the final stage of this ceasefire agreement is basically what Hamas has said, I would say, since day one, since like October 8th, which is we will give you all the hostages back. You just have to fucking issue a permanent ceasefire, 1967 boundaries. 1967 boundaries, come to the negotiation table with the 1967 boundaries, which would obviously be like the two-state solution, and we'll just stop. No more arms. We will lay down our fucking arms. That was like basically a day one position, which Israel routinely said fucking no to. And it turns out that like there's more information about Benjamin Netanyahu almost personally ruining the bag. Oh, yeah, this is what's happening right now. A question that John Kirby just got was, which proposal did Hamas accept? I'm not going to get into that. There is basically no fucking condition that Israel wants. Okay? None whatsoever. None whatsoever that Israel is willing to agree to. Bro, State Department is immediately walking back the ceasefire. Yeah, we'll get to all of that in a second. I think the latest that I read was in this round of conversations, basically they claimed that like the Hamas acceptance was coming from an Egyptian envoy, and Egypt is also Hamas. Well, they didn't say that, but they said that the Egyptian terms were like infinitely softer than what the fuck Israel would be down for or something. And this is after Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th. And there is no change in its elements. An official matter with the talks tells Reuters. Okay, this is like literally happening as we're talking. And the only thing that I've seen from Israel is that although it is their proposal, they no longer actually feel comfortable with it, and are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much. Because let's be real, the Israeli goals in this, the Israeli officials are saying the proposal Hamas accepted is different than the one initially presented to Israel. Yeah. So it's a triple stage, it's a three-stage peace plan, three-stage ceasefire negotiation, as Time Without an Overview also mentioned here. First stage is obviously immediate ceasefire. Second stage would be hostage negotiation, or first stage is like the facilitation of the hostage swaps, right? Which would mean prisoner releases from the Israeli side as well, including some high-profile prisoners. And then, first stage temporary with 33 hostages exchanged. And then the third stage would be a reconstruction, exchange of corpses, like the hostages that have died, including Palestinians that have died and their bodies as well. And the final stage being the 1967 boundaries, permanent ceasefire. The things that the Brandon government has advocated for, as a matter of fact. The things that Joe Brandon keeps saying, we'll get a two-state solution, Jack. The things that Benjamin Netanyahu has routinely been like, fuck off. That's not happening to. Right? Prisoners, Israeli citizens in captivity while Hamas prisoners are literally terrorists. Brother, no, man, for years Hamas won't accept anything where Israel still exists. You can keep yelling about what is just objectively untrue all day, every day, but the reality is different. And I'm sorry, as a political commentator, and I will admit, of course, I do have a bias against genocide. I think genocide is bad. I think apartheid states are bad. So obviously I am definitely in favor of Palestinian emancipation. I'm still not going to hallucinate alongside you. You know what I mean? If you want like takes that will correspond to your perspective, tune into fucking Channel 14 in Israel, okay? They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear about how fucking rabid these murderous, rapist dogs are. But don't fucking come in here and be like, why are you not doing the same thing I want to hear from you? Hamas are terrorists. Prisoners, Israeli citizens in captivity while Hamas prisoners are literally terrorists. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? First and foremost, the prisoners that Hamas has in captivity, some of those guys are IDF. So on that front, if we're talking about like prisoners who are terrorists, like, yeah, they have a bunch of terrorists themselves that they fucking kidnapped. So on that front, you know, it takes two to tango. On the second aspect of it, there are tens of thousands of some children, including in the Israeli detention system that are there without a fucking trial under a military tribunal. Fucking unimaginable cruelty happening on Israel's front. Obviously, Israel has to release those hostages as well. Israel also, since October 7, has basically created a process in which they routinely round up more Palestinians in an effort to create even more numbers on their side as a bargaining chip. So it's basically as though Hamas is still operating inside of Israel like it's October 7, and they're just like fucking rounding up and like stealing more Israeli people to get a better, to get an upper hand, to have more leverage. Ridiculous stuff. So you can't be coming in here with this freak shit. Okay. As far as I understand, though, unfortunately, while Hamas has agreed to the latest terms and conditions of a ceasefire agreement, Israel very clearly is not interested in that at all. They don't give a shit. Hamas's latest ceasefire talks have ended. Israel vows military operation in the very near future. So, although the latest information that just came out is that like Hamas has accepted conditions, Israel is like, sorry, we already fucking set in motion the acts that we just can't take back. We just have to kill children in Rafah. All right? We have to do it because we're really horny for it. We geared up for it. We got dolled up. Okay? Sorry, we got dolled up and ready to go to the ball. You can't just fucking take that away from me. No takebacks. You feel me? The genocide will continue until morale improves. Exactly. The major reason as to why that's happening is because of their overarching goals, not being one that is genuinely interested in like, permanent security for Israelis at all, but one that is about killing as many Palestinians as physically possible in a short period of time, while also maintaining political cover from the Western world. Also, for the record, Volodymyr Zelensky, one of our Israeli chatters, just reported on this as well from their personal experience, but Israel also literally fucking made Al Jazeera illegal. As of yesterday, officially, Al Jazeera is no longer accessible in the wonderful, beautiful, best democracy in the world, better democracy than the United States of America, Israel. That's right. The only democracy, not in the Middle East, the only democracy in the world. Aubrey Weinstein. Okay, technically, Drake is also pro-Palestine, like I said, even though Aubrey is out there grooming teens for sure. That is true. Anyway, as I understand it, this Egyptian framework doesn't involve anything regarding two states. Correct me if I'm wrong. Israel received the official response and are reportedly studying it to see if it's a final answer for a base for negotiations. I'm not sure on which one of the many different frameworks that they're dealing with. I don't know. We have to look into it. I don't know if this is the older deal. They said it's the April 27th agreement. So we will take a look at it in a second. I was at a pro-Palestine protest on my campus a few days ago, and one of my professors came up and said we should stop using from the river to the sea chants, and I didn't really know how to respond. Ask your professor how much they've done other than offer you constructive criticism that wasn't really warranted or needed in terms of a genocide that is unfolding in front of our eyes. Does he feel like there's a genocide happening, or is he sheltering himself from the truth? Because many people who always say, oh, well, don't say this, don't do this, whatever, with the exception of Norm Finkelstein, many of those people don't give a fuck, okay? They don't care. They're just using this as an opportunity. If the only time you chirp about Palestine is when you're telling fucking pro-Palestinians, Norman Finkelstein gave that exact same suggestion. Yes, Norman Finkelstein personally doesn't care about the from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free statement. He literally said anything Israel says is 100 times more abhorrent than such a thing. There's nothing wrong with it. As far as optics goes, my suggestion, and you don't have to listen to it at all, is simply to say from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free instead of Palestine will be free. But ultimately, he said, go off kings and do whatever you want. But you are saying that people can't have a nuanced opinion. I'm simply stating that most people's opinions on sloganeering is basically just a cynical attempt to tell you to shut the fuck up, while simultaneously, in a cowardly way, acting like they are on your side when they're not. It's like I don't need to hear from Tim Pool about what I can do to be a more progressive person. I know that you are not a progressive person, and I know that you are also simultaneously acting like you're a progressive person, specifically in this instance, so that you can make criticisms. You are not on my side. That's it. No doubt. Netanyahu preventing hostage deal, charges ex-spokesman of families formed. This is an older article, if you guys recall. This is from April 26, 2024. We covered this back then. It's pretty fucking wild. The law basically lets the government ban any media outlet with only the permission of the PM, media minister, and national security cabinet, and has a bypass clause to make any action incontestable in the courts. Democracy. Yeah. Anyway, students stage pro-Palestine occupations at 5 more UK universities. I mean, are you legitimately saying that you think the country of Israel should halt existing and Palestine's border should include all of Israel, or what? The current Palestinian nation, even in a two-state solution, literally is from the river to the sea. Okay? The notion that you're supposed to be like from the river to the sea, or the Gaza Strip, but not the Gaza envelope, and also the West Bank, but also not the occupied parts of the West Bank that are currently illegally and unjustifiably occupied by settler fucking terrorists guarded by the Israeli occupying force. All of those areas where Palestinians currently live in will be free is probably not the best kind of slogan that you could use, but I'm willing to concede on that. You know what I mean? I'm willing to hear you out. I'm sure you got a better slogan. Dude, you're just all lives mattering, Black Lives Matter. Suck my dick. That's why I don't want to fucking have this conversation over and over again. Okay? I am a one-stater regardless. If you're asking me my own personal opinion, I believe that there is already a one state. It's called the State of Israel, and it is currently occupying, with an apartheid regime, territories that doesn't belong to the state itself, and is making the lives of 5 million Palestinians brutal on a daily fucking basis, whether in its offensive, also illegal bombing campaigns of belligerent occupier in Gaza, or its endless occupation in the West Bank and its ceaseless settlement activities in the West Bank that has denied Palestinians a state in perpetuity. So, you know, I don't believe the optics side of this conversation is a valid one. I believe that it's simply someone going, maybe this will get you to shut the fuck up about the things that you want to currently talk about. Because any moment that you're on the defensive end, on the defensive posture on this issue, on the issue of optics, when you believe that the interlocutors here are actually charitable ones, right? And you want to engage with them because you want to be like, listen, I will tell you exactly what I mean. I hope that it's not offensive to you because you're a kind person, you're an empathetic person, you don't want to hurt someone's feelings, right? Any moment that you do that, a lot of people will take advantage of that charitability and will try to fucking, they'll do anything they can in their power to just like shut you the fuck up from talking about the real issues. Slogans are just slogans. It doesn't matter. What matters is the actual policy. What matters is the actual call to action in and of itself. Crying about the slogans is never going to actually be productive at all. Let me tell you why. Okay? Because in every single progressive movement, there is always a reactionary counter movement that immediately starts off with the sloganeering. Black Lives Matter. Well, why are you saying Black Lives Matter more? All lives matter. You should say all lives matter. You should say police lives matter, right? Ultimately, it's just that. It is a way, it is a mechanism to distract. It is a mechanism to deflect. It's a mechanism to exhaust. It's a mechanism to shut you the fuck up, okay? It's always the same shit. What is this? It's like saying from sea to shining sea means Mexico and Canada ceases to exist. Yeah. Sea to shining sea is technically genocidal in a way that from the river to the sea is not, except the former Likud charter, as the other chatter was bringing up, is a better response to that, a better retort. Why are we still talking about this dumbass fucking slogan, man? All right, we're done. There is simply no world in which, like when we talk about black protesters protesting police brutality, anyone that comes up to you and says, well, it hurts my feelings personally. Can we hear from me, a white police officer or someone who is defending white police officers, let's say? Can we center this conversation around my feelings? You're like, no, shut the fuck up. That's the way I see it. Hassan, how about this narrative? There is no hostage. It's all just an act for Israel to do what it wants. Wait, what? That's insane. There are definitely hostages. Anyway, I have not heard that. That's a pretty crazy thing. I did not know that was a thing. All right. Hamas accept terms of Gaza ceasefire deal as Israel readies the Rafah operation.
With that breaking news this hour, very important breaking news, because an official Hamas source has told the BBC that it does accept a proposal for a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Now, Israel has yet to comment on that. We'll bring you more details on it as soon as we get them. Meanwhile, Palestinian civilians have started leaving parts of eastern Rafah in Gaza after Israel told 100,000 people.
They dropped leaflets in Rafah already. As we were, doing Drizzy Drake BBL shit, Israel was busy dropping fucking leaflets in Rafah being like, get the fuck out of here. We're about to kill you. We're about to kill y'all. We are the most moral force in the region. We are the most moral army. We are the most moral, the most democratic genocidal state you'll ever see. Look at us. We're dropping fucking pamphlets. We're dropping fucking leaflets, dude. How wonderful. Yeah, we're roof knocking 1.4 million people that have been trapped at this point inside of Rafah, the area that is the southernmost tip of the Gaza Strip. That is connected to Egypt, that Israel is basically fucking kettled every single Palestinian into. It's great. Palestinian Authority officials oppose release of Marwan Barghouti is the least shocking thing that I've ever heard. Fuck the Palestinian Authority. They can suck my fucking cock. Okay? Senior Palestinian Authority officials have requested from mediators that Fatah leader Marwan Barghouti be excluded from potential prisoner swap deal between Israel and Hamas, a source told the Middle East Eye. A source familiar with the negotiations told MEE on Sunday that the request was made by Majid Faraj, the director of the Palestinian General Intelligence, and Hussein al-Sheikh, the general secretary of the Palestine Liberation Organization's executive committee. I wonder why they don't want fucking Barghouti to be released. Well, there it is. It's because senior Palestinian Authority leaders believe Barghouti's release would threaten the leadership of Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, the least popular figure in the eyes of the Palestinians. And Marwan Barghouti is the most popular figure in the eyes of the Palestinians. And that's precisely why the Palestinian Authority would not fucking want Barghouti to be released from prison. According to the source, the United States, one of the three mediators involved in the indirect Gaza ceasefire negotiations, had reportedly agreed to remove Barghouti's name from any potential list Hamas is expected to present. By the way, it does no favors to Hamas to release Barghouti, as Barghouti is supposed to be a competing political entity, is not on Hamas's side at all in this conversation. And Barghouti is literally more popular than Hamas. Barghouti is more popular than Ismail Haniyeh. Barghouti is more popular than fucking Abu Ubaidah. He is a Fatah member who is directly in contest with Hamas. And yet they still want leaders of other factions to be released because Hamas as a political entity cares more about resisting against the Israeli apartheid than it does about its own personal political motivations. Its own personal motivations in terms of like being the managing governing body of Gaza or the managing governing body of Palestinians in general. They do, however, want to be the governing body for all Palestinians instead of Palestinian Authority, because the Palestinian Authority is a part of the security apparatus, the Israeli security apparatus, rather. But in terms of like having PFLP, DFLP be like political actors, they've collaborated. October 7 was a collaborative effort from all members of the Palestinian resistance across the board. They obviously also are literally trying to release prisoners that are directly they're major political enemies in this circumstance. Ones with actual proximity to power if they are released from prison, if they are free. Okay? Do we know what percentage of Palestinians support the Hamas regime? I mean, those numbers change in general, but we do know the Palestinians are polled pretty frequently. Hamas is more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. That much makes sense. To be fair, even though Barghouti is originally Fatah, he's been in favor of national unity leadership with Hamas and the other factions for a while. There were reports in Arab media that he was on the list on Saturday, so it'll be very sad if this is true. Barghouti is considered the Nelson Mandela of Palestinians, for the record. Marwan Barghouti is. For those of you who don't know, I've covered him before. He is seen as like a Nelson Mandela style figure. Don't know if you've seen this, but the IDF forces have already crossed the border. Initial report of IDF tanks crossing the fence in the south of the Gaza Strip. Also an infantry force. Well, never mind. It seems like Israel is already declining. It seems like Israel is already moving into Rafah and said fuck you to the last desperate attempt from Hamas to come to the table and be treated as fucking human beings. Israel is not going to do that. That's great. I think we should have gone into Rafah yesterday. There are no uninvolved civilians there. You have to go in and kill. You have to kill them before they kill us. That's Shimon Boker, the vice chairman of the World Likud, the international arm of Netanyahu's party. This is what he had to say 3 days ago on Channel 12's Ophira and Levinson talk show regarding the topic of the hostage deal and Rafah invasion.
עד הסוף, עד שהם יצעקו את המילה חמאס.
אבל לפחות החטופים אומרים שאם תיכנסו לרפיח, החטופים יירצחו.
אבל אנחנו רואים מה הם עושים, הם צוחקים עליהם.
אז תסביר לי רגע מה דעתך, כי לא הבנתי.
אני חושב שצריך להיכנס, אתמול כבר לרפיח, להיכנס...
ואז מה יקרה?
להיכנס ולהרוג.
ואז הם יצאו מתחת לאדמה.
אין שם בלתי מעורבים, צריך להיכנס ולהרוג.
The final chapter of Israel's genocide in the Gaza Strip begins. Amir Balbad adds, armored forces from the border area are firing massively at targets in the Rafah area. And that's it. In spite of the United States of America saying, don't do it over and over and over again, he's still doing it. The war cabinet is moving forward. And it seems like the last remaining area that has not been completely fucking pancaked by the Israeli occupying force. I mean, it is in dire in a dire situation. America's red line was bullshit. Dude, I know it's the top of the hour ad break. Okay, please stop trying to fucking bait me with this dumbass Twitter link. Okay, I know. I'm gonna serve it right now. Okay, do you think that this is a time and place, chatter? Time and place. Do you think that that's a good time? Do you think that this is a good time to try to bait me at the top of the hour? Israel is fucking moving into Rafah. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yes, there's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, I'm serving it right now. Holy shit.
People there to leave the area.
I gotta pee.
Officials in Gaza say Israeli airstrikes have targeted parts of Rafah just hours after that evacuation order was issued. Pictures we've received show thick smoke rising as displaced Palestinians try to flee eastern Rafah. Now, those Palestinian civilians closest to the Israeli border are being urged to move to what the Israeli military, the IDF, calls expanded humanitarian zones in the Al-Mawasi and Khan Yunis areas. Well, let's just go back to those live pictures of people in Gaza, in the centre of Gaza, actually getting that news that there looks like Hamas have confirmed that they have accepted the ceasefire proposals. As we say, no confirmation yet of that from Israel. So let's go straight to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, who's in Jerusalem for us. Well, Frank, Hamas saying that they have accepted the ceasefire proposals. We don't know what Israel thinks about this yet, but what would that mean potentially?
Two crucial things here, Ben. One, are those proposals the same ones that Israel essentially agreed to? The ones that were on the table during the weekend at the Cairo talks, which were a 40-day pause in the fighting, a return of Palestinians to northern Gaza to their homes, and an exchange of roughly 33 Israeli hostages out of captivity in Gaza in return for an undisclosed number of Palestinians out of Israeli jails. Those were broadly the terms that we think were on the table. Do we know if this deal that has been accepted?
Yeah, she did do things wrong. Shut up. She literally fucking constantly goes under my cables, like constantly goes under my desk and just like literally, she didn't piss. No, she just fucking unplugged shit down there all the time.
By Hamas is the same one. Is it the same terms? We don't know yet. Second thing is Israel going to sign up on this? Is it going to sign up to it? Because if the terms are different, then it's quite possibly going to get rejected by the Israeli side. And those wonderful celebrations you saw there in Rafah and Gaza Strip could be premature.
What are the odds that this leads to an actual ceasefire? No, it's not happening. Israel already said no. Israel said, fuck off. We're moving in. Currently, as we are talking, Israeli tanks are already moving through the Gaza Strip and have already started firing in the direction of Rafah. They are currently, Israel said, nah, we're not going to do that actually, and moved on. Yeah, Israel denied the ceasefire. Hamas accepted a ceasefire proposal, but Israel said it was unacceptable. Again, they did this again and again and again. Why would they do anything different? America didn't do shit in this entire process, and now they are in the process of invading. I saw reports they did, but the news orgs are saying Israel's deliberating on it. Well, if they're deliberating on it, I'll tell you this much. They're fucking violating it right now. Update from Al Jazeera, Reuters, Israeli press. An Israeli official has indicated that Israel will not be accepting the Qatari-Egyptian ceasefire deal that Hamas accepted today. Hasanabi being awfully quiet about the Ukraine war as of late. Dude, you have to be on fucking crack cocaine, I think. Are you okay? Is your brain okay? Are you fine? Like, there's literally, bro, you cannot be a real fucking Ukraine dick rider if you are currently simultaneously moving the conversation away to Israel's actions, okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Israel's offensive ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is quite literally one of the major reasons as to why America was already done with its like permanent unconditional support for Ukraine, but it has made things so much worse for Ukraine. Anyway, so did Israel not expect Hamas to accept the ceasefire? Is that why they walked it back? Yeah, it's Israeli official indicates rejection of ceasefire proposal report. An unnamed Israeli official quoted by the Reuters news agency says Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is not acceptable to Israel. The official added that the proposal included far-reaching conclusions that Israel will not support. Israeli media outlets are also reporting that the Israeli government has not accepted the deal. A reminder that we do not yet have the specifics of the deal that Hamas has agreed to. Yeah. Some sources say that the accepted deal, Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th, and there is no change in its elements. An official matter tells to Reuters, by the way. So they're saying that this was a weakened, deal, but the source of the caveat in the negotiations, the new outline does not require Hamas to release 33 hostages, and their number will be determined later. Wait, where is this from? Is this recent? There will be a telephone meeting of the war cabinet later tonight. Israeli officials, translation, Netanyahu, are trying their best to give the media shit to bite on as far as how this deal is different. For example, they're just trying to say that it's not the same deal that they presented on April. Breaking, the Prime Minister's office of the War Cabinet unanimously decided that Israel continues the operation in Rafah to exert military pressure on Hamas in order to advance the release of our hostages and the other goals of the war, which is a fucking insane thing to state because the goal is ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and every single fucking person, Israeli Jews right now are protesting by the tens of thousands on the fucking streets for the past couple of months now, demanding that there be a ceasefire so that their friends and family members can get out. Nobody will believe what they are saying unless they are incredibly motivated. In like defending Benjamin Netanyahu's political career, unless they're incredibly motivated in the genocide and don't really give a shit about the hostages, the Israeli hostages that are currently trapped inside of Gaza, being brutalized by Israeli military actions. You know, nobody buys this shit. Unless you're an American media person, in which case you will buy it. You'll be like, well, it seems like they just want to take the hostages out. More, breaking Prime Minister's office. Although the Hamas proposal is far from Israel's necessary requirements, Israel will send a delegation of working class mediators to exhaust the possibility of reaching an agreement under conditions acceptable to Israel. But they're also fucking bombing Rafah. It seems like they're moving into Rafah. So how the fuck does that work? All right, Mohammed Al-Safin has more details. Mohammed is a friend of the show. He's been on the show before. He is an Al Jazeera Plus journalist, Palestinian. Yeah. So Hamas leader Khalil Hayya is on Al Jazeera explaining that the terms Hamas has agreed to, TLDR, three-stage truce, each builds on the other one. First stage would include the release of the first group of Israelis on day 3, coinciding with the retreat of Israeli forces from Rashid Street to Salahuddin Street. The retreat would allow Gazans to freely move via Rashid Street between North and South Gaza for the first time since the invasion, a key Hamas demand. On day 21st, Israeli forces would retreat fully from Salahuddin to outside Gaza. These are the terms of the Egyptian Qatari proposal. CIA head Burns was in Doha when this deal was brought forward. To be clear, Israel hasn't responded to this, but the deal seems to be what the mediators want. Asked about what the proposal says about prisoner swap, Hayya said, "We want our prisoners to come home and the Israelis to go home too, because we then would have no need to hold them. There has been an agreement on prisoner swap by day 35 of the truce. Details to be worked out until then. We initially demanded the release of 500 Palestinian prisoners for each female Israeli soldier and agreed to lower that to 50 for one. Okay. Female soldiers and older men in our custody would be released in first stage. The price of release of Israeli male soldiers will be different. Israelis are also protesting right now on the streets. Thousands of Israelis are protesting in the streets of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and throughout the country, demanding Israeli government accept ceasefire deal and release the abductees. I wanted to show you something directly from them as well. So this is unpopular for understandable reasons. It's unpopular if you believe Palestinians are human beings, right? It's unpopular because it just, continues the ethnic cleansing campaign. It's unpopular if you are an Israeli person who has like friends and family members or care about the Israeli hostages that are currently trapped inside of Gaza. It's unpopular for a broad swath of the Israeli society. It's only popular for the Bibis and people to the right of the Bibis. It's also popular for, I guess, like some of the IDF liberal libtard generals, the libtard generals that are like supposed to be like center left figures in Israeli politics, like Benny Gantz and whatnot. They have been gung-ho about continuing the ethnic cleansing nonstop. They have been some of the most aggressive forces. This does not mean that doing ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians is unpopular in Israel. It is not. It is very popular to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians in Israel. Okay? It is very popular. It's been 80+% amongst the Israeli Jewish population specifically since October fucking 7 to keep bombing and bombing and bombing over and over again mercilessly and relentlessly. However, they do want to take their fucking civilians out. That's the key here. That's the key difference here. If all of the hostages were returned into Israel and then Israel turned around and were like, all right, it's time to fucking put the slaughter machine back on, it would be 99% probably. Okay? So when I say this decision to invade Rafah and to bomb Rafah is unpopular in the eyes of many in Israel, I'm simply talking about in terms of the hostages still being there. Okay, family members still being there. And yet, tanks have already crossed into Rafah at this point. The Israeli population, time and time again, has shown that they are not even remotely interested in the Palestinian plight. Yeah, IDF's official statement as of now is IDF forces are now attacking and operating against the targets of the terrorist organization Hamas in a targeted manner in Mizrah, Rafah. More details to come. Here is directly on the ground. Israel blocks roads and protests against the Israeli government, demanding Netanyahu agree to the ceasefire deal that Hamas agreed to today. Yeah, this was the video I wanted to show you. Yeah, families of Israeli detainees in Gaza talking about Hamas agreeing to the deal. The government must agree now, otherwise we will burn the country. I don't think that they will do that, but just want you to understand that, like, even people who are fully on board with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, especially even in fucking Rafah, are still like, bro, save the fucking hostages first. I don't want to die. I don't want to watch this, because if I have to see Karine Jean-Pierre say the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life one more time, as like ethnic cleansing is currently, if they enter Rafah, what's Biden's response likely to be? What do you mean if? As it stands, the IDF has officially admitted that they are definitely entering Rafah. You don't mean if. I think you mean right now. They are doing that currently. There will be no fucking response. I'm sure that Biden will say meanie bobini words about Benjamin Netanyahu later, or rather they'll leak it to the media that he said mean things about him and how mad he is. The only thing that the American government has done thus far that I actually legitimately consider to be like a you know, too little too late, but still relatively strong move was no longer re-upping their ammunition. What happened? 9 hours ago, Biden administration is pausing ammunition shipments to Israel. What the fuck happened? The Biden administration halted a shipment of ammunition bound for Israel last week, Axios first reported, as pressure rises to hold Israel accountable. Biden administration last week put a hold on shipment of U.S.-made ammunition to Israel, two Israeli officials told Axios. This is the first time since October 7 that the U.S. has stopped a weapon shipment intended for the Israeli military. The incident raised serious concerns inside the Israeli government and sent officials scrambling to understand why the shipment is held. Biden is facing sharp criticism among Americans who oppose the support for Israel. The administration in February asked Israel to provide assurances that the U.S.-made weapons were being used by the IDF in Gaza in accordance with international law. Israel provided a signed letter of assurances in March, except they never actually gave a full assessment of how they were using the weapons at all. That never actually came back. The Israeli official said the ammunition shipment to Israel was stopped last week. The White House declined to comment. The Pentagon, the State Department, and the Israeli Prime Minister's office didn't immediately respond to the questions. I suspect that they did this. I might be wrong, but I thought that the reason why they did this is because they're trying to basically say, you know, if you fucking invade Rafah, you know, we're going to cut you off. We've told you time and time again. And yet they still did it. Partially because we've given them enough weapons already, I assume, and partially because I suspect that they will defend Israel unconditionally no matter what. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu not do another fuck you? Why would Benjamin Netanyahu not just say fuck you to Biden? Benjamin Netanyahu and the war cabinet and the Israeli government as a whole literally engaged in the largest amount of land acquisition, largest amount of settlement expansion when Anthony Blinken was in Israel. If you think that that wasn't deliberate, if you think that that wasn't actually a fuck you move to him, right as Anthony Blinken was having a conversation with the Israeli war cabinet, the Israeli government on the other side was taking over acres of fucking Palestinian land. They did that on purpose. El Opinion Lazan. Okay, brother. Hypothetical here. If Canada, even in a scenario where we mistreated them terribly over the past decade, stormed over our border and slaughtered 1,300 civilians, don't you think the American citizens would demand Canada or the aggressor power bomb to oblivion? Obviously not apples to apples, but it does not open the door to empathy for both Israeli and Palestinians. The Mongoose, I'm very glad that I did not ban you because you simultaneously come up with the stupidest fucking arguments of all time. Okay? The dynamic between two state actors is dramatically different. And also, even in your argument, you're basically relying on the psychopathic, bloodthirsty nature of American pigs, okay? No, I mean, you're in the chat of a dude who has talked extensively about both 9/11 and has written extensively about how America's reaction to 9/11 was far worse than 1,000 9/11s. I literally wrote that article in Huffington Post in like 2017, 9/11 2017, okay? If you want to fucking go and hear my thoughts on how I feel about like fascist, bloodthirsty fucking monsters and their violent retaliation and how damaging that is to both global politics, but also domestic politics as well, you can go find that out on your own. Having said that, however, it is hilarious to think of two different state actors working against one another is akin to Israel being a belligerent occupier and bombing in an offensive posture its own fucking open air prison. Okay? Canada is not America's open air prison. Oh. Also, even if Canada did fucking like violently come into the United States of America and kill 1,300 citizens, or the American equivalent of 1,300, which would be much larger than that. Okay? If you think I would be in favor of killing random Canadian civilians, you are an insane person. That's crazy, man. We burnt down your White House, little bro. Don't even get me fucking started. There's already a proxy war occurring between Canada and America in the fucking trenches, okay? Kendrick Lamar versus Drake is basically the closer you're going to get to a fucking proxy war. And we already know what the hell is happening, okay? This ain't 1812 anymore, Canadians, okay? 2024, let me tell you, Canada not looking too good, okay? The embassy not looking too good. Shit looks like the fucking Tel Aviv Predator app notifications over here. Nah, Drake belongs to Toronto, not Canada. Drake American now? Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. They just did it. They just released this. In about 8 minutes, Colombia is set to announce the winners of this year's Pulitzer Prize at the exact time It is clamping down on the press freedoms of its own students. You couldn't make this up. Yep. They did that. Yes. As we're having this conversation, like I said, Israel has already moved forward with the Rafah invasion on conceding. Israel never intended on changing course. This is sick from a reporter. Oh, Akila Lacey. My mom, Akela is great. My mom just told me that a family friend we close with forever texted her a few months ago and said she had to unfollow me because my reporting didn't provide an Israeli perspective. My mom says she told her, don't read it. She rules. Yeah. Many such cases. How does this not make Netanyahu the bad guy if Hamas wanted a ceasefire and he just massacres more civilians? Brother, what are you talking about? They don't give a shit. Yes, the Pulitzer Prize winners have been announced. Ironically enough, the New York Times. Hannah Dreier of the New York Times got a Pulitzer Prize. Congratulations to the New York Times for getting a Pulitzer, even though your reporting has been dog shit. Washington Post got a Pulitzer Prize in national reporting. New York Times has been awarded a Pulitzer Prize in international reporting. Additionally ironic. Now, remember this. They're doing this while simultaneously, this is Columbia, Pulitzer. The Pulitzer Prize is given by Columbia University. They're currently not allowing their own fucking students to report on it. This will be a damaging year for the Pulitzer with those awards. Yeah. Student journalists are not allowed on site. Yeah. Fuck. I mean, all of these institutions are fraudulent from the jump, but I don't think many people see it that way. So it's important. It's important for the average normie to recognize how fucked up this is. Okay? Ali Velshi breaking. The White House halted a large shipment of offensive weapons to Israel last week as the IDF ramped up a ground invasion of Rafah, according to two senior administration officials familiar with the decision. As you guys know, this was reported on by Axios as well. Obviously, America's pressure came too little, too late. You know. A Turkish athlete who was a European champion was stripped of his championship and banned because he raised the Palestinian flag. Do you have any information about this? No, I don't. Yeah. Remember, chatters, there are 27,000 of you in here right now. Remember what is going on. Always remember what happened on a day like this. Okay? What the terms and conditions were, what the ceasefire negotiation looked like over the course of the past 7 months, and how the media covered it. Why do I say remember? Because this should allow you to basically peek in to the past and reconsider everything you have heard about the so-called peace process. Because the way that the media has covered this shit, so far, Hamas is ruthless. They are ruthless barbarians. They're monsters. They never want to fucking concede. They never want to listen to reason. Anthony Blinken, time and time again, every single media appearance Anthony Blinken has made, he has said over and over again, Hamas is the one that does not want to concede to the quite reasonable opinions, quite reasonable terms and conditions that Israel has set forward. I hope that this causes you to at the very least, reconsider what you may or may not have heard about the so-called peace process and how it was always the Palestinians that ruined it, that Israel could not find a partner in peace. Because that was bullshit too. And many more knowledgeable people with direct insight into the matter have spoken on this. And yet it doesn't matter. The narrative is set. America's pressure is partly selfish too. They are actively violating U.S. law by providing. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about the U.S. law, the Leahy law, or whatever that you cannot fund and facilitate and offer support. Biden wins, retracts celebration after Hamas accepts the terms for a ceasefire, but Israel rejects them. Breaking: President Biden has just secured a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. It is because of President Biden's leadership that this conflict is halting for the time being. Yeah, what a wonderful picture. What a wonderful analogy to how unimaginably cucked, how unimaginably asleep at the fucking wheel the Biden administration is. This is the exact same way the dogs in the media reported the Camp David summit, ignoring the fact that Israel wanted Palestinians to give more of their land in Jerusalem, only accepting custodianship, ignoring the fact that the two-state solution is already a compromise and that Arafat would be assassinated if he dared to accept that, consent being manufactured once again. Exactly. And it doesn't even matter. Benjamin Netanyahu has time and time again said that he was sabotaging the peace negotiations deliberately. He ran on sabotaging the peace negotiations deliberately. He won on saying that he was going to sabotage the peace negotiations deliberately and actually did sabotage the peace negotiations deliberately. And yet, we still have the audacity to lie about the historical record.
Of course, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is under huge pressure, isn't he, to get the remaining hostages out. And many people would say that a ceasefire deal is the best way to get those hostages out.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, the only time we've seen large numbers of hostages released out of Gaza have been with a negotiated deal by Qatar and Egypt with the support of the United States. And that appears to be what's going on now, because the message, and we're basing all of this on a...
He is under pressure. He's under pressure by the Israeli population, an Israeli population that also wants the genocide to continue, but simultaneously is interested in taking the hostages out. So there is real pressure. Are you kidding me? There's massive protests happening on the streets of Israel, on the streets of Tel Aviv, on the streets of Jerusalem. There is a lot of fucking pressure internally. It just doesn't matter, because the grander scheme of it all, the hold on, I'm going to change my title as well. Israel denies Hamas accepted. Okay. The overarching consensus is that there is strong support for the final solution of Palestinians in Gaza. So he is basically relying on that goal, that larger overarching goal, being a more powerful motivator. Because he's already killed a shit ton of hostages thus far, and he's been able to, he's been able to keep the momentum. He's been able to keep the momentum on the war cabinet in spite of the pressure. So it doesn't matter what happens now if there's a ceasefire. Bro, what ceasefire? They're entering Rafah as we speak. Hostages have always been treated by the war cabinet as an annoying nuisance that takes away from their actual goals of doing a final solution on Palestinians in Gaza. Okay? It's always been regarded as a hindrance, something that I've communicated to this chat and on my broadcast since October 7. They do not care. Those in power do not care about the hostages. They wish the hostages would just shut the fuck up and quietly die so they can continue their bloodlust. They can continue their endless, ceaseless bombing campaign in Gaza.
Genuine, as one single but genuine posting on social media by Hamas saying that their political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, has telephoned the Qatari Prime Minister, Sheikh Abdurrahman, Mohammed bin Abdurrahman.
It's also wildly symbolic that this is the Holocaust Remembrance Day, too. That they're fucking invading Rafah. Like they had a full blown they literally had like a full blown air sirens in all of Israel today, this morning.
Thani and Abbas Kamel, the head of Egyptian intelligence, to say that Hamas accepts the ceasefire proposal. So we don't yet know what the Israeli reaction is. The Israeli media has been pretty cautious about it, saying that if the terms are different, then it's not going to be acceptable to the Israeli cabinet. And let's just remind ourselves what the sticking point was at the weekend. Why those?
Yeah. The bombings in East Rafah aren't unprecedented, but an actual land incursion would be a huge deal. Let's wait for the official reports and documentation, though, just to be cautious. You're right. So far, we have no additional confirmation beyond the bombing campaigns that have seemingly started. We have seen tanks move in. Or at least like some of the Israeli reporters have mentioned that tanks are moving in. So we shall see. However, it does seem like Israel is at this stage greatly escalating its incursion, its invasion, and kickstarting its invasion into Rafah.
Those peace talks, those ceasefire talks, collapsed or stalled, and that is that Hamas insisted on an undertaking by Israel that this would be a full and final ceasefire. In other words, it would be an end to the fighting and Israel would withdraw. Israel said, we're not going to commit to that because it would leave Hamas's battalions intact and allow them to regroup and attack us again. What mediators have been saying, both during the weekend and subsequently to Hamas, is, look, take the 40-day deal. You know, if you don't take that, nothing's going to happen. The idea is to build on the 40-day deal, to make another 40-day truce and another one beyond that, and eventually it becomes a permanent ceasefire. But if you don't make a start, then nothing is going to happen.
And
the problem with this is that, oh God, of course CNN is fucking covering the Trump trial. The problem with this, Times of Israel reporting, is that it does not specify if it's troops on the ground. The Israeli military has announced that troops are currently striking and operating against Hamas sites in a targeted manner in eastern Rafah. This could still mean simply bombing campaigns, but it doesn't matter. They are escalating. They are escalating in violation of a potential ceasefire after saying that they're not going to fucking follow through on a ceasefire. Wait, what? Madam Vice President, Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction?
Madam Vice President, Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Hamas says it accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction?
What are your thoughts on Hamas accepting a ceasefire deal?
Palestinian sources told Haaretz the East Rafah bombings are from the air. We'll see regarding the tanks. Wait, if Israel only cares about eliminating Hamas and the only ceasefire they'll accept is none because they're destruction, so they will never accept the deal and the hostage must be killed? Yes. She's endlessly telegenic, in my opinion. Just so phenomenal in the way that she navigates through these tumultuous times. Not saying this is, but given enough pressure from the U.S., do you think Israel would do one final hurrah against Gaza? Yeah, this is from the streets of Tel Aviv right now. Anyway. Yeah, just a bunch of anti-Semites in Tel Aviv doing anti-Semitism. It's weird that the police presence against the Israeli protesters, against the Israeli government in the streets of Israel is nowhere near as aggressive so far as the American police against American students protesting America's involvement in Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign so far. We'll see. It is kind of wild, though. Hamas has struck the heart of the Israeli citizenry as well, it seems. Rafah live feed. They had a moment of celebration in Rafah earlier today. Moment of celebration from Palestinians earlier today when they heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions. Only for Israel to say, not really, and to continue its bombing campaigns in East Rafah. There are reported confrontation with police in Tel Aviv as a protester blocked Ayalon South. Police have been brutal to protesters throughout the war. Don't be mistaken. We have pigs too. Of course, they're cops. Cops are cops everywhere. Bro, right now, after evacuation order, Israeli army announces strikes on Rafah. The Israeli military said it's currently conducting targeted strikes against targets belonging to Hamas in the eastern part of southern city of Rafah. The army, in a brief statement, said more details to follow. I know, dude. I know. I don't know why you're freaking out in the chat, being like, no, dude, you didn't cover this. I have covered it. I know. I don't know what you want me to say. They have greatly escalated the bombing campaigns, potentially for the ground invasion to come. As of yet, though, the only people, the only instance we heard of like tanks actually coming in through the border have been from like random Twitter accounts. We've seen that the Israeli army is mobilized in an interest in the Israeli army is mobilized ground troops as well, specifically for a ground invasion. As it stands, the way that this works is, at least in previous iterations of the siege, Israel bombs the shit out of the areas that they're going to inevitably engage in a ground invasion on. So, yeah, this chatter is correct. They did this before their initial ground invasion of Gaza, air campaign followed by ground invasion. They don't fucking just go in. First, they drop leaflets, which they did yesterday. Then they greatly increase the bombing campaign. Okay? Then they increase the bombing campaign and engage in aerial assault, and then the ground invasion happens. Yeah. Speaking of the Pulitzer, journalists and media workers covering the war in Gaza have received the 2024 Pulitzer Prize special citation. Can't even bring themselves to specifically cite Palestinian journalists and their murdered colleagues. Journalists and the media workers covering the war in Gaza could mean any CNN talking head. What is this? This seems big, right? What is it? Does that include you? No, man, it does not. I don't know what this is. Oh, Saudi Foreign Ministry statement for calling international community to intervene the halt to Israeli military campaign against Rafah says that Israel is committing a genocide against the civilians in the territory. That is actually an escalation in the language that Saudi Arabia has used, I feel like. I mean, not that it means anything, but Saudis are fucking useless overall. Yeah, Saudis are responding to their own internal pressure.
Today, families were on the move again in Gaza, ordered to leave eastern Rafah ahead of a potentially devastating offensive. Tonight, people in Gaza had been celebrating the mere prospect of a ceasefire deal that could end their suffering. Some 1.4 million Palestinians, more than half of Gaza's population, are thought to be crammed into Rafah after fleeing Israel's offensive elsewhere in the Strip. The Israeli army has ordered around 100,000 of them to move to Al-Mawazi on the coast, and what Israel has called an expanded humanitarian area. It also takes in part of Khan Yunis, much of which is rubble after an offensive there. But tonight, with Hamas saying it agrees a deal, let's get more from Kemi Nzerema, who joins me now in the studio. Kemi, dramatic developments just in the last few moments. What are you hearing?
The first thing to reiterate is that Israel so far says they haven't agreed to their side of this. That will change, one assumes, as we get more information. Let us just briefly go through what we know of what Hamas say they have agreed to. They released a statement to media recently. It's fundamentally a three-stage deal that will take place, in theory, over around 120 days. The first stage is that they release their hostages, 33 of them, in return for 800 prisoners. Hamas would call them hostages too. And the start of return of people to Gaza. The second phase, more swaps, so to speak, which could potentially include thousands of Palestinian prisoners. And the third stage, a release of all the bodies, and then an agreement of some kind to begin to rebuild Gaza. Clearly, people in Rafah were waiting for what they feared was the worst. And in the last few minutes, huge scenes and sighs of relief across that part of Gaza as news of this supposed agreement began to spread. Jubilant scenes in Rafah this evening, with 1 million or more people on tenterhooks, the threat of an imminent Israeli incursion looming, a glimmer of hope. Hamas said they'd accepted a ceasefire proposal. And maybe, just maybe, an end to this. The tiny body bags that have come to symbolize the Gazans caught with nowhere to go. The martyr, each one reads, and a name. Hani Kashta ibn Abu Libda. Children, babies, killed in a war that...
Student protesters, I have a lot of love for you. I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And I understand that you want to spread the word right now, but please stop talking about the reaction that colleges are taking towards your actions at this very moment, considering that this is far more important, considering that this is what you are protesting for, okay? Chatters. You keep posting and blasting in the chat what's going on in Harvard or what's going on at fucking Columbia or what's going on anywhere else, when this is infinitely more important than that. This is the reason why you are fucking protesting, okay? We will get to that. We will get to the American reaction, as I have covered it over and over and over again, the American reaction to the American students protesting Israel's actions. But for the time being, this is the most important thing to cover.
Can't tell enemy from collateral damage.
What has he done to deserve this? He still hasn't seen anything in the world. He doesn't know Jews or Arabs. He doesn't know anything.
That's not true. He's still independent.
The IDF had been warning for some...
This is such a funny take overall, bro. What are you talking about? Literal organizers are in here. How the fuck do you think I can communicate with like all of these different campuses and all the student protesters across the country? They are literally in here.
Sometime they'd be coming to eastern Rafah. Get out, the leaflets warned. Gazans have been trapped in this deadly nightmare of cat and mouse for 7 months now. Few have any faith the place they were being moved on to by the coast would be any safer.
We fled death and destruction and came to Rafah only to find destruction here. Do they want to kill us here? We came seeking safety in Rafah. Where do they want to send us? Where are we to go?
I fled from Gaza City to central Gaza, from central Gaza to Rafah, and now they're threatening Rafah. They will commit massacres here in Rafah. It'll be a genocide.
Many Palestinians call this a genocide, but many Israelis fear genocide will come to them if they don't defeat Hamas. The political reality, a Hamas mortar attack yesterday in Kerem Shalom that killed 4 soldiers. Hopes of that ceasefire seem to disappear. Last night, Israel's prime minister, dependent on his far-right coalition, signaled he would take action in defiance of international calls for calm.
I say to the leaders of the world, no amount of pressure, no decision by any international forum will stop Israel from defending itself. As the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, I pledge here today from Jerusalem on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, if Israel is forced to stand alone.
Bro, this is literally like the symbolism is out of control. I mean, it is this is like, I mean, it's straight up, it's on steroids, okay? It's like literally being like, listen, we are doing an ethnic cleansing on Holocaust Remembrance Day, whether you like it or not, because if we don't fucking do this ethnic cleansing, we are going to be facing down Holocaust 2 Electric Boogaloo. Straight up.
Israel will stand alone.
What this meant for Gazans, grieving again as they prepared to flee again, stuck between the IDF and Hamas, who had tonight warned the Israelis an invasion would, quote, not be a picnic. Aid agencies said an invasion would be a catastrophe, but has diplomacy finally found a way to make this stop, at least for a little while? Arab nations and the EU had been begging Israel not to invade. Egypt hosted desperate emergency talks. This afternoon, President Biden had a direct call with Benjamin Netanyahu, and in the last few minutes, Hamas agreed to a deal.
On the move again. Rafah was their last refuge, but not anymore.
The Israelis told people to go to Rafah and that it was a safe area. Today, they're telling us to get out of Rafah. Where will the people go? Should they go into the sea?
We were very afraid that this evacuation would happen, and it means that there is going to be a Rafah invasion.
The Israeli military began issuing evacuation orders on Monday. Telephone calls, text messages and flyers urging 100,000 internally displaced civilians to get out.
We woke this morning to the shocking news about the Rafah evacuation. We don't know what to do or where to go because there are no safe places in the Gaza Strip.
This map on the military's social media channels explains Israel's warning. Civilians are being told to move 20 kilometers.
They want civilians to walk 20 kilometers or drive for 20 kilometers, like casually. 250,000 people. They're saying 100,000, but it's actually more than that. That's an undercount. Through fucking rubble with no assurance that they won't bomb their final destination, by the way, or bomb them along that route, as they have done so time and time again. They keep death marching them back and forth through what remains as rubble of their old homes. It's insane. Yeah, 12.5 miles. Not a safe zone. They say it's a safer zone. Yeah. Insane.
Explains Israel's warning. Civilians are being told to move 20 kilometers north to what the Israeli military now calls an expanded humanitarian.
Like this right here is the preferable existence for them now. This is what I mean when I say Israel gets to pick and choose the conditions of Palestinians. Okay? They get to choose exactly how violent they want to be. They get to choose the living conditions of the Palestinians in general. this was, before October 7, this would have been an unimaginable cruelty. October 7, 2023, Palestinians living like this, considered an unimaginable cruelty in comparison to the conditions that they were facing at that point in time. On May 6, 2024, this is now a luxurious, preferable mode of existence in comparison to what comes next. Why don't countries take Palestinians like they took in Ukrainians? Ukrainians got to go all over the world. I mean, dude, come on.
Humanitarian zone.
These flares by the Israeli army are just media stunts. There is no safe place anywhere in the Gaza Strip or Rafah.
About 1.4 million internally displaced Palestinians are currently sheltering in Rafah. But Israel says the southern city is harbouring thousands of Hamas members and possibly dozens of Israeli hostages.
The Israeli army and the international community promised us that Rafah would be protected, and that's why we came here. Now they say we have to evacuate or else.
A senior Hamas official says the evacuation orders are a dangerous escalation and that there will be consequences. Many countries, including the United States, also oppose it, fearing the impact on civilians. The ground offensive may not have started yet, but attacks from the air have. On Sunday, Israeli strikes hit 10 homes in Rafah, killing 20 people. 4 Israeli soldiers were also killed on Sunday in a Hamas attack at a border crossing near Rafah. Both sides blame each other and the weekend attacks for stalled ceasefire negotiations in Cairo. They're set to resume on Tuesday, with the shadow of a Rafah offensive looming large. Melinda Nusafora, TRT World.
We begin this hour in the Middle East. Israel's military has said it's begun ordering Palestinian civilians to leave parts of eastern Rafah ahead of a planned operation in the southern Gaza city. In this video by the Israeli Defense Forces, they're urging those in eastern Rafah, close to the border with Israel, to move to what they call a humanitarian zone in the Al-Mawasi and Khan Yunis areas.
They just keep changing it. It's just like, hey guys, come on. 250,000, 250,000 people. They say 100,000, but I think that's an undercount once again. Undercount. But let's say it's 100,000. It's like, come on, just death march over to Khan Yunis, which is also rubble, by the way. A humanitarian corridor has now opened up for you. Bitch, that is the humanitarian corridor. What the fuck are we talking about? That was the safe zone. Now it's not so safe. Didn't the reporter earlier say 1.4 million? Yes, this entire area is now comprised of the 1.4 million Palestinians that lived in this entire area across the board, because they're all internally displaced refugees in an open air prison that is comprised of 2 million internally displaced refugees already. It's real freak shit. The total number is 2.3 million. Some have remained in northern Gaza. The ones that survived, that just, in spite of everything else, are currently under famine conditions. It's official, by the way, now. It's not even a question. They have famine in the north. Okay. Official international organizations are now declaring northern Gaza to be in famine officially. Okay, not at the brink of famine, now officially in famine. Yeah, Cindy fucking McCain said it was a famine. Cindy McCain technically is has been shockingly, I guess, in spite of her husband's activities, Cindy McCain has been on the ground since day one and has been calling for a ceasefire pretty much since like early October. So, yeah, the World Food Program director, Cindy McCain, has officially stated that northern Gaza is in a full-blown famine. Here, let's take a look at that as well. There are hundreds of thousands of people in northern Gaza right now.
Let's talk about the World Food Program. You have provided aid to 1.4 million people every month since the start of the war, but the war is nearly in its 7th month. How dire is the humanitarian crisis on the ground right now in Gaza?
Well, whenever you have conflict like this and emotions rage high and things happen in a war, famine happens. And so what I can explain to you is that there is famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it's moving its way south. And so with what we're asking for and what we've continually asked for is a ceasefire and the ability to have unfettered access to get in, safe and unfettered access to get into the into Gaza, various ports and various gate crossings. But it has.
Guys, chill out. She's not saying like famine happens as in, I don't think you understand. As the director of the World Food Program, this is a pretty damning statement, which the Meet the Press exclusive MSNBC reporter will reiterate how important it is that she is saying this, okay? She's using diplomatic language while still saying something very, very important. The truth about what is going on in Gaza.
It hasn't always worked that way. It's been a very difficult run, and I'm so proud of our people on the ground there because it's dangerous, and they continue to deliver.
I just want to be very clear because what you're saying is significant, and I believe it's the first time we've heard it. You're saying there is full-blown famine in northern Gaza.
I am. Yes, I am.
And there has not been an official declaration that there is famine, but you are saying that based on what you've seen.
Yes, it is. Based on what we've seen and what we've experienced on the ground, yes.
Which is?
This is the executive director of the of an important international organization.
It's horror. It's,
like, it's just, that's a big fucking deal. Because up until now, UN and everyone else has been saying it's in the brink of famine. This guy watches the news and misinterprets it every day. Wow. Brother, the only thing you're misinterpreting is the top of the hour ad break, which you will be seeing. I love that you are still in here saying I'm professionally unemployed when you probably need to subscribe for $5 a month or for free in order to stop seeing the fucking ads at the top of the hour, therefore directly giving me money, or your very existence in this chat in and of itself, whether you like it or not, is still going to generate revenue for me because you're going to be watching the 3 minutes of ads. Okay? Like, get your fucking narrative straight. Am I a grifter, socialist, living in a mega mansion? Or am I a motherfucking, motherfucking professionally unemployed loser? VPN, no ads? Well, that's first and foremost. Doesn't really matter. Your eyeballs still contribute. So thank you. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for watching me, even though you're fucking hate watching and a cringe loser. A cringe loser that hopefully we'll see the 3-minute ad break right now. But if you don't want to see it, you need to subscribe for $5 or for free. She's the widow of a neocon warmonger, Zionist demon John McCain. By the way, yes, I know.
It's so hard to look at and it's so hard to hear also. So I'm so hoping that we can get a ceasefire and begin to feed these people, especially in the north, in a much faster fashion, but also including, as I said, water, sanitation, medicine. It's all part of the famine issue. And it's also something that we need to make sure that the world understands. We can't let this happen. In this day and age, when the world has the ability to feed itself 10 times over, nobody should starve. Nobody should starve.
Yeah.
The IDF have said this is a limited operation and should affect about 100,000 people. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
She called for a ceasefire in January. Yeah, she's also been on the ground as well.
Netanyahu continues to insist that a military operation in Rafah is necessary to seek out remaining Hamas fighters, despite widespread humanitarian concern for those sheltering there. Western and Arab leaders have repeatedly warned against such a wide ground operation because of the prospect of high numbers of civilian casualties. Meanwhile, officials from Israel and its closest ally, the US, have been holding meetings to discuss alternative, more focused plans. It's not yet clear if the new evacuation orders are part of those. Well, let's speak to James Elder, who's a spokesperson for the United Nations Children's Fund, also known as UNICEF. Thanks very much indeed for being with us. So tell us what you think the impact will be of this evacuation.
Lauren, absolutely devastating. You have families in Rafah, their coping capacity has been smashed. This is 6 months of enduring this war, moving many times, probably having lost a home already. Children are malnourished. They've already been living in conditions with, one shower for 3,500 people. They're being told to move, quote unquote, to a humanitarian zone. That's a unilaterally declared humanitarian zone. That's not a humanitarian.
We've been watching children be airstrike for months. Why are elected officials going to start caring when they know those kids are hungry when they're being bombed? I mean, the elected officials do not give a shit. This is not for the elected officials to give a shit. Perhaps this is more so for the broader Western populations to give a shit, give enough of a shit that they actually go out and take it to the streets. That's the whole point. Change, especially in the direction of peace, is going to take a long fucking time, especially when those in positions of power are resistant to it. Not only are they resistant to it, but they're also, their bag depends on them being resistant to it. Here's CNN finally getting to the...
Yeah, and some of those members already called the deal really no deal immediately when it came out. Jeremy, back to you on this, though. I just want to see if you can give us a sense of what the mood is in Israel on hearing this news. Of course, we see the video of the families of hostages who just want to be able to hug their loved ones and get them home. But how much pressure will there be and how much acceptance would there be of Israel not going into Rafah?
Well, it depends where you fall on the Israeli political spectrum. I mean, certainly the Israeli prime minister, with the kind of governing coalition that he currently has, is under enormous pressure to move forward with the military operation in Rafah. In fact, two of the right-wing members of his government, who could very much pull their support and collapse the government altogether, have threatened to walk if this Rafah operation does not take place in recent weeks. But the Israeli prime minister is also facing calls from the other side, from the folks who've been protesting in front of Israel's military headquarters in Tel Aviv every week, demanding a deal to free the hostages, accusing the Israeli prime minister of not doing enough, not prioritizing the release of the hostages. And tonight they are once again in front of that military headquarters, calling for the Israeli prime minister and his government to agree to this deal, which appears to be on the table, which Hamas says that they have agreed to, although again, we don't know all of the details of it, and we don't know how much it diverges from the initial framework that Israel helped craft with Egypt.
Yeah, and Jeremy, as you're speaking, we continue to get more information about explosions in Rafah and also more warnings from the IDF that people should move to the safe spaces that they've allocated for them. But Nick, to you again, look, the U.S. government, the Biden administration has made absolutely clear to the Israeli government that they do not believe that Rafah, any kind of incursion there, even these airstrikes going on at this hour, is not a good idea because it puts civilians in harm's way. How much more pressure, if any, can the U.S. administration bring to bear on the Netanyahu government?
It could bring a lot more pressure to bear if it so chose, but that would be perhaps politically calamitous for President Biden in this election year. He's already facing constrictions on the voters who might come out and support him because of the number of Palestinians that have been killed in Gaza. But if he was to withdraw some sort of military support, which there seems to be no indication is about to do that, that could obviously cost them dearly in the elections at home. So yes, there are plenty of people around the world who would argue there is more pressure President Biden can bring to bear on Israel, but politically for him that would come at a very huge cost. I think one point Jeremy is making here is very worth giving a little bit more scrutiny to, as we understand what Hamas has been saying about the deal that they've signed up to, and without getting into the laborious detail that they've laid out, they have gone into and they've focused on putting out a lot of detail about how hostages would be released, precisely some sequencing, precisely some numbers, the sort of detail that we haven't had this substantially, I don't think, for some time.
That in Israel, of course, creates a political force, and we're seeing that on the streets. The families of the hostages who want the government to get a deal at any price. It's bought that and made it so much more alive that this is almost tangibly close and could be in hand if only the Prime Minister would do it. So in this way, Hamas is playing also the psychological pressure game on the Israeli public and on the Israeli Prime Minister. And this is so typical of the way that Hamas operates, and it's so typical of the way that high stakes negotiations go. You know, earlier in the day it looked like an invasion force getting ready to go into Rafah. Later in the day it looks like Hamas has signed an agreement. Now later in the day again it looks like that invasion force is ready to go again, but it looks like there's still maybe 24 hours left for negotiations. But that political pressure that's being conjured essentially by Hamas saying, look, here we are, we're ready, we've signed, we're ready to do this, that puts more pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu. So the pressure's not only going to come from...
I'm giving Kaya her trio pills for heartworm medication.
...Wade in Israel, or President Xi of China, who said that he wants to see a ceasefire in Gaza, or many of the other leaders in Europe who also are calling for this. Perhaps the most real pressure is that's happening on the streets in Israel. It's a political future of Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's the will of the Israeli people and the desire to get their hostages back that Hamas has seemed to make real again. When 4 hours ago, it didn't feel that real.
As you say, so tantalizingly close for these families and so heartbreaking. And I will note, in terms of regional players, Biden did meet with King Abdullah earlier today, and he is warning that any incursion into Rafah risks a massacre, in his words. Nick Robertson will continue to check in with you. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Donald Trump's hush money trial is back in session. The day began with a stunning warning from the judge after Trump was found to have a...
Okay, dude, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ.
Zone where humanitarians have been able to provide the services they need to. So I've been talking to colleagues and friends in Rafah this morning, and they're terrified. I was speaking, Lauren, to a young woman. She's like, I know this has been coming. I just don't know what to pack. They'll go to an area in the middle zone, Lauren, called Deri Bala, where there is literally raw sewage in the streets, or maybe to Al Mawasi, which is a beach. Same story applies. Nowhere is safe, but as unbearable as this is, it's happening, and it's going to be horrific.
And is it your understanding that there are only specific areas that people have been allowed to move to, or can they choose?
No, there are specific areas without a doubt. Partly they will have to choose based on those people who have the means to leave. A lot of people have injured children with them. Hospitals, as I've seen, hospitals cannot cope with the number of injuries. There's a lot of children who have had amputations who are back living in tents. Those families will find it hard to move. But geographically, logistically, no, you still can't. A lot of families will not be able to move to the north if they'd hope to. Khan Yunis is impossible. That's another city bordering Rafah. That is rubble, not a little bit, but street after street of rubble. So they'll be pushed into this area called Mawasi, Lauren, which is a beach area. It's sand. It has next to no sanitation or hygiene. It's getting hot right now in Gaza. It's raining today, but it's getting hot. So they'll be in tents side by side, 5 or 6 times the population density of New York City, but all on the ground, not a high rise to be seen, with no hospital care. The last remaining hospital of size is in Rafah, European hospital, so named because it was donated by the people of Europe. It's got 20,000 people hiding there and thousands more in care. They will have to move somewhere without the medical care that they need.
Tell us, you said that the Israeli army had set up these areas without assistance from the humanitarian community. What can you now do in terms of providing help if people are moving? Is there anything you can do?
Yeah, it's a great question. The whole aid operation has been so fragile because of denials and restrictions and insecurity and bombardments. Let's not forget our colleagues from the World Central Kitchen who were killed. A week later, a UNICEF vehicle came under fire. Now, of course, that crossing in Rafah that is the lifeline of aid. If we are going to get close to meeting the needs of people, that crossing will now be closed for I don't know for how long. So, no, we have to be clear. You can't unilaterally declare a safe zone, firstly, because the other side won't be considering it as that, and secondly, because the United Nations needs time to actually try and support 1 million or 2 people. I said this in November. UNICEF and the UN has said this, Lauren, from the very start in November and December. this safe zone narrative is very dangerous because a safe zone legally must also provide water, food, sanitation, and protection. These zones don't have that for people. And quite frequently, as the people in Rafah will tell you, safe zones also get bombed.
James Elder from UNICEF, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us.
Next, an operational update. In recent hours, the IDF has informed Gazans in eastern Rafah to evacuate temporarily towards the expanded humanitarian area. We have made Gazans aware through flyers dropped, SMS messages, phone calls.
This guy is the biggest piece of shit in England right now, taking over Elon Levy's job after Elon Levy famously was found to make a mockery of David Cameron. Like, he went up against David Cameron. So Israel packed him up, and then they moved forward with this fucking piece of shit. Anyway, regardless, here's some as we await information on what the extent of the Rafah operation is going to look like in the upcoming days, and for today especially. Some interesting news, I guess. This is large smoked marrow bone of a Cape ostrich. Since Kaya got blood work done today and has been a good girl, I'm going to give her this. I didn't even know that that was a thing, but apparently they have ostrich legs now that you can give the dogs. Looks like some fucking champagne socialist ass treat for your pampered dog. Don't be jealous that she deserves the best. Insane segue. Yeah, I know.
And media broadcasts in Arabic. The text of the flyers is available from the IDF website. They call on residents of certain specified neighborhoods to relocate to specified humanitarian safe zones because the IDF will be operating against the terrorist organizations in these areas. For their safety, the IDF urges them to evacuate immediately to the expanded humanitarian area in the Al-Mawasi area. Warnings have also been issued that Gaza City is still a dangerous active combat zone and to avoid returning north of Wadi Gaza. Warnings have also been made to stay away from the eastern and southern security fences. The IDF announced the expansion of the humanitarian area in Al-Mawasi. The area will spread from Dir al-Bala in the north and up to the south and in the east to the center of Khan Yunis. A map has been provided. In these areas, expanded humanitarian aid will continue. Gazans have been alerted that the IDF will continue fighting the terror organizations, and we have made Gazans aware that Hamas seeks to use them as human shields. In Rafah, the IDF is not an army that seeks to conquer and occupy. Ours is an army that seeks to liberate Gaza from...
Yeah, we're just trying to liberate you guys by blowing up what remains of the area that we previously declared safe. Safe from what? Well, safe from us blowing it up. Now we have declared it unsafe, so you just have to move back to the other area that is, I guess, like more safe in comparison to the area that used to be safe, that is actually not safe anymore from us because we are going to be liberating it with our bombs. So please move 20 kilometers, 12.5 miles, over to the other area that we've already reduced the rubble with no real considerations for your safety. We might actually still end up killing you and blowing your shit up. Great stuff. Thank you.
From Hamas.
Okay, let's get more now on the Israeli government decision to close down the Al Jazeera TV channel. in Israel. This has been happening throughout the day, and Sebastian Usher is our Middle East analyst at the BBC World Service. And we've had some news in just in the last half an hour or so, Sebastian, from Frank Gardner, our security correspondent in Jerusalem, who says that Israeli police have already raided the offices of the Qatar-based channel. And that was just within hours, wasn't it, of that decision?
That's right.
To shut it down. It seems very, very swift.
It is. It's swift, but it has been building for some time.
Oh,
and
we
this
watched
is something
this
that
already.
the Israeli government, now this far-right government, has very much pushed for, and especially in the context of the Gaza war events since October the 7th.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. Even when you have guys like this on the BBC more frequently, like, that is indicative of the tide shifting, for the record. Like, BBC and the British government and all of the British propaganda machine has been so unimaginably, unconditionally in support of Israel's actions. Like, from the jump, nonstop, yeah, like insane shit. Okay? Absolutely insane shit. Like, worse than America. I've said this before. I said this during the Corbyn stuff. The way that they took down Corbyn, that guy that you saw that is currently the Israeli like foreign propaganda minister for the UK, is literally one of the people that played a role in taking down Jeremy Corbyn as a labor friend to Israel. Okay, that guy that we just saw, the other guy, not this guy, that dude was straight up one of the instrumental people in claiming that Jeremy Corbyn was actually, anti-Semitic because he was anti-Israel. Yeah, the fat fuck guy that you just saw, Mr. Baron Harkonnen. Okay, so the fact that the BBC is saying stuff like this, reporting stuff like this, is definitely indicative of like the tide changing a little bit. The final bastion of Israel defense will be Germany. Once you start seeing German news actually adequately report what the fuck is going on the ground, that's when you know Israel has fallen. Okay. The order of operations is like the most contentious coverage against Israeli government atrocities will come from Israeli news sources, and then it's just America, England, Germany, going from most contentious to least contentious on the allied nation side and their propaganda.
Hamas attacks on Israel then, in which Al Jazeera, which Israel has accused for a very long time of being anti-Israeli, it's acted against its journalists. Journalists have been killed. I mean, most famously, 2 years ago, Shireen Abu Akleh, the star correspondent of Al Jazeera for the Arab service that they run in the occupied territories, was killed. Al Jazeera accused Israel 100% of having carried it out. Since then, Israel has said that the chances are that it was an accidental killing. So this showdown between Al Jazeera and Israel goes back a long way, but really this has become much stronger during the Gaza war, and Al Jazeera has been really the only international media outlet which has been able to keep its reporters on the ground.
Look, this question is a dangerous one, but it's important to describe. Where is it? Someone said, how will anyone feel bad about the Jews after all of this? I think the mods already clapped them. Okay? Looking at the actions of ISIS and going, how will anyone feel bad for Muslims as a whole, is Islamophobic. Okay? Looking at Israel's actions and saying, how will people ever feel bad about the Jews, is identical in the way of thinking. Okay? It is It is anti-Semitic. Okay? How is anybody supposed to feel sorry for the Jews after this? Sympathy for them as the only reason they've gotten so much for free. This is anti-Semitic thinking. If you have these kinds of reactionary attitudes inside of you, in your mind, you have to reconsider your stances. Okay? Move away from this kind of attitude. The reason why I say this is because this is exactly what I mean when I say Israel's actions leads to real anti-Semitism. Okay? Israel's actions lead to real anti-Semitism among people who otherwise would not be anti-Semitic or would not be considering the conversation on these boundaries. Okay? This is the reason why, even before October 7 and certainly since October 7, I consistently work tirelessly every single day in trying to explain to people that this has nothing to do with Judaism, that Jews are not a monolith, and that while Israel and Zionists certainly claims that they are doing all of these violent atrocities at the behest of the supposedly monolithic Jewish population, this is inherently anti-Semitic, and you must not be duped. You must not be duped into believing such a thing. And I do not care if you turn around and say, oh, well, dude, 80% of the Jewish population of Israel agree with the actions of Gaza. That's still a microcosm. That's still a minority of Jewish people globally. Okay? That's still a minority of Jewish people globally. The reality is there are far more Jews outside of Israel. And not only that, but you also have to remember that there are far more Christian Zionists than there are Jews as a whole. Okay? Do not take the fucking bait. It is very difficult, especially if you're not Jewish yourself. It is very difficult, especially if you live in a distance from like any Jewish person in the United States of America, for you to understand that Jews are not a fucking monolith. And I say this exact same thing about black people in general as well. It's just when you are not around any black people, you are more susceptible to the stereotyping in the media. If you're not around any Jewish people, you are more susceptible to looking at the messages from mainstream media and thinking, well, it seems like all the Jewish people are on board with this. It seems like this is a crime that is on their hands. Okay? Jews are not a monolith. Israel does not represent Jews at all or Judaism at all. And when you look at mainstream narratives that desperately seek to tie Judaism in an effort to defend Israel's actions, to claim anti-Semitism when someone is engaging in anti-Zionism, anti-Zionist sentiment, in a desperate attempt to provide shelter, provide cover for Israel's actions, it's very easy to feel like maybe all Jews do represent Israel, and Israel does represent all Jews. It's not the case. Okay? It's not. Israel cynically utilizes Judaism in a way to shelter themselves. Israel cynically will talk about the Holocaust in an effort to justify their atrocities. Does the comparison you make with Judaism and Islam change in any way, taking into account that Islam is not an ethnic religion, but Judaism is? No, it doesn't. Because ultimately, it ultimately doesn't matter. Because across the board, regardless of ethnic Judaism or regardless of like cultural Judaism or religious Judaism, Israel's actions are completely unmarried from all three of those aspects. And not only that, but also is antagonistic to the shared history of Jews, especially considering that Jewish history is almost always centered around resistance to apartheid, resistance to oppression, resistance to pogroms, being victim to such violent atrocities. And Jews now in the United States of America fall under the same exact demographic, the demographic opinions of the broader whole. Okay? That is precisely the reason why when you meet Jewish people under the age of 35, the likelihood that they are going to be anti-Zionist, the likelihood that they're going to be phenomenally critical of Israel's apartheid, to recognize that Israel is engaging in an apartheid or engaging in ethnic cleansing, is almost identical to anyone who is not Jewish in the United States of America under the age of 35. Whenever people talk about like, oh, 80% of Jews agree with Israel or love Israel or whatever, it is infinitely more complicated. However, media narratives, of course, in an effort to cynically shelter Israel's actions, will work against that. The media is literally participating in more anti-Semitic sentiment being raised, in more anti-Semitic sentiment being promoted in short-term thinking in an effort to, in the short term, defend Israel's actions. When the dust settles, all this will yield, all this will create is more anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, not the fucking fake bullshit that the ADL promotes, like, oh, people are saying free Palestine, that's anti-Semitic. I'm talking like actual anti-Semitism, like the idea that Jews across the board are fully in favor of Israel's violent actions, that Jews are monolithic in their thinking. It's not correct. Lamau Hassan channeling the spirit of Trump, but the media is the enemy of the people. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, it's not me channeling Trump. Also, I'm an avid media watcher. I still believe that journalism is phenomenally important. I still literally rely on outlets like the Associated Press, outlets like CNN, and the actual original real coverage that they do. Okay? Without them, we would be completely in the dark. It's very important for the media to exist. It's very important for real journalism to occur. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to pick apart the obvious biases that they have in their narratives and the obvious neutral passive tones that they use when describing Israel's atrocities, yada, yada, yada. But ultimately, it still doesn't change the reality that there's a necessity for real journalism. And yes, even CNN sometimes engages in that.
Ceasefire broke. MJ Lee joins us now from the White House. That is significant timing. The White House made it clear that they did not know that Hamas would accept this. On the other hand, made it clear that the CIA director, William Burns, was appraised of each and every detail minute by minute. What more are you learning about how, really the White House is viewing the events of the day so far?
Well, the official word that we are getting from the U.S. so far is that U.S. officials are still examining the details of this framework. And exactly as you said, that when President Biden...
I'm confused. Are they attacking Rafah right now or not? They are attacking Rafah, but there's a distinction to be made between aerial assaults and the potential invasion, on-the-ground invasion to follow such aerial assaults as it has in different iterations of this last siege on Gaza. While eastern Rafah is currently being bombarded, and there are reports so far, unconfirmed, but there are reports so far of tanks moving in and potential clashes happening at the border of eastern Rafah. We don't have official confirmation as of now. But it's not a stretch to assume that an on-the-ground invasion will be happening if it hasn't completely started already. We unfortunately need we unfortunately do need official confirmation from at least like someone like Emmanuel Fabian or an Israeli embedded reporter to figure out if the tanks are moving in or not.
Limited Rafah incursion by the Israelis. Take a listen.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah. Operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And
bitch,
the question right now is a hypothetical.
Right, but you know that they are asking people in the area to evacuate, and the possibility of a limited Rafah operation is on the table. So I'm asking, does the president believe that?
I just don't get what the need is to say it's hypothetical at this point. Like, why are you fucking still acting like the truth is not in front of our eyes?
That put at greater risk.
So you wouldn't support a limited operation into Rafah?
I think I've answered the question.
So I think that was clearly a reiteration of the U.S.'s position that they do not want Israel to going to Rafah. Bottom line, making clear of that repeatedly in recent
Guys, it's
weeks.
just a limited operation in the Rafah.
Of course, that they have yet to see a plan from the Israelis on how exactly they intend on protecting civilians, moving the 1.5 million people that are in this area right now out of that spot, and also making sure that they can be housed, that they can be fed, and making sure that they have all of the sort of humanitarian aid that they would need if an operation were to go forth. And I think it's also just worth reminding everyone that what President Biden has said recently is that a major military incursion into Rafah he would see as a crossing of a red line. Paula.
Yeah, MJ, and I appreciate you pressing him on that, because we don't even know what we're looking at this hour in terms of the operation in Rafah, and it certainly has been a red line for the White House and many others, including King Abdullah, who met with Biden earlier today, who says they risk massacre there if they continue. MJ Lee for us at the White House, really appreciate it. Now, we do have more information into us about the Israeli response to this latest ceasefire proposal. Benny Gantz, a member of Israel's war cabinet, said Monday there were, quote, significant gaps between Israel and Hamas after Hamas accepted that Gaza ceasefire and the hostage deal that was mediated
Benny
by...
Gantz is also even hornier than Netanyahu, even in some instances, for military action.
Does not correspond to the dialogue that had taken place so far with the mediators and has significant gaps. Despite this, he says we continue to turn over every stone and a delegation will go to Cairo. But also, I want to note that he added the military operation, as we were just discussing in Rafah, is also an integral part of our continued efforts and commitment to bring our hostages home. Remember that that is a point of contention, whether or not this is actually helping to bring the hostages home. I will note that Mr. Gantz is perhaps more on the moderate side of the Israeli war cabinet, and many allies, including the United States, have been trying to appeal to him to make sure they are looking at each and every opportunity to make some kind of a deal with Hamas. Stay with us. We will be right back with more news after a break.
This is necessary is how it would be sold? Yeah. Do you think Israel attacking Rafah on Holocaust Remembrance Day is a strategic decision to strengthen the anti-Semitism narrative against the opposition to Israel's actions? I mean, I don't think that they're like gearing up for anti-Semitism allegations beyond the fact that they've been desperately trying to do that since day one. UCSC students attacked by police and border patrol possibly there. Yeah. Let's continue.
They've been reporting essentially.
Let's get back to Al Jazeera being shut down officially in the state of Israel, the greatest, most moral, best democracy, definitely not fascist.
24 hours a day on its Arab language channel and its English language channel. And again, that's something which the Israeli government is very much against and believes is essentially acting as a mouthpiece for Hamas. And they've said that explicitly. They've even accused Al Jazeera staff of collaborating with Hamas. So this announcement today, which was made by the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
I mean, they have killed a bunch of fucking Al Jazeera journalists and then claimed that they were Hamas. So it tracks. You know what I mean? They literally, everyone is Hamas. UN is Hamas. Who isn't Hamas? This calls into question the Samson option and what the justifications could be in a nuclear future. You know what I mean? It's like everyone is Hamas but me. Maybe I'm Hamas too. Inside of us, there's this little Hamas living. Yeah, I did see the Republicans in the Senate threatening The Hague. I said we are the bad guys earlier this morning when I saw that. It is fucking insane. We're going to cover that too. Don't worry. Here it is. We'll get to it in a second. Impressive investigative work. Israeli authorities appear to have discovered a camera stand, some pens, and a laptop in the office of a news organization. Deeply unserious people, dude. It's so funny. This is after they invaded the fucking Hamas Al Jazeera headquarters, the office building inside of Israel for Al Jazeera. What remains of it? This is a Hamas camera. We have found them doing what is called journalism. Hamas camera with a copy of annotated Adolf Hitler best quotes. This is why we had to tactically destroy Al Jazeera for being agents of Hamas. They are doing terror journalism. Yeah. They found bomb materials on the desk. Yeah, I did see that water bottle. Chatter, you're right.
Was followed very swiftly by the communications minister saying he'd signed it, and as we've seen, actually, the communications minister posted video of the raid within a couple of hours of this happening. So the powers that Israel has over Al Jazeera to confiscate its broadcasting equipment, to close its offices, and to block access to it on satellite and its websites. Now, what we're hearing from Israel is that has happened, that it's no longer obtainable by satellite or cable in Israel. But there's other ways of doing it. I mean, again, as Frank was saying, you can get it on Facebook now. Very difficult in this day and age, obviously, to completely close down access to a network like Al Jazeera.
I wonder, in your analysis, what do you think this means in terms of people's views of Netanyahu? We have seen more protests, haven't we, in recent months? But for the people in Israel, in particular, what do you think their perception will be of this? I'm thinking more in terms of free speech.
Yes, no, I understand that. I mean, I think in terms of the critics of Netanyahu who date back before October the 7th, who basically went on the streets in hundreds of thousands every Saturday to protest against what they saw as a move by his government to close down the ability for the judiciary to take positions against what the government wanted to do. They would say this is another attack on free speech. I think many Israelis, though, would see it as this is a time of war. Al Jazeera, I think many people, if they do watch it, would see it as some kind of propaganda. They would see it as taking too strongly a pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli position. So I don't think it'll change particularly the way that Israelis see Netanyahu. If they already see him as someone who's opposed to free speech, who's opposed to democracy in Israel, then they will see this as another sign of it. But for many others, it will be mixed up with this feeling, which is, you know, this is a time of war. Just as you have many Israelis who are very much against the way that the war has been fought by the Israeli government and the Israeli military and the casualties on the Palestinian side, they're not necessarily against the fact of a war.
Only Israeli human rights and press freedom orgs care about this, not much from the broad civilian population. Yeah, I doubt, that does make sense.
We're learning some more information about the contents of this deal. Here it is. That the ceasefire proposal includes 3 phases. Each of them
for the Israelis in the chat, this is Al Jazeera. You might not know what this looks like any longer. You know, this is the only way that you can technically watch Al Jazeera coverage from Israel without a VPN. You know, just showing it to you, just so you know. Here's an opportunity for the Israelis to be able to watch Al Jazeera. We're watching illegal television. We're watching pirate radio right now.
lasting 42 days, so about 6 weeks. The first phase of the deal includes providing passage for displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. The second phase of the deal includes the withdrawal of Israeli troops and cessation of military operations. In the third stage of the deal, there's also a provision on ending the blockade on the Gaza Strip, which has been in place for 17 years. Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara, joins us in the studio. Marwan, we're in the middle of something that we can't define yet because...
Something I've been thinking about a lot is the fact that, like, as far as I know, and maybe the Israelis in the chat could confirm this, but as far as I know, TikTok is not banned in Israel. TikTok, however, is being advocated by AIPAC to be banned in America. I wonder why. Perhaps it's, perhaps there's something to be said about TikTok's capabilities and its limitations of changing the minds of the younger Israeli population. And what it's used for inside of Israel, as opposed to, potentially changing the minds of the younger population in the Western world, specifically in America.
We have one side to this agreement that has accepted it, the other side hasn't.
Well, I'll tell you something. Certainly, we've been here for the first time of the past 7 months. And clearly, Hamas's positive response to the mediator's proposal for a ceasefire has shocked and has took everyone by surprise, especially those in Israel, but perhaps also
TikTok is Hamas everywhere except Israel, where it is IDF.
From the United States. And that's why they are clamoring now to understand what exactly is the response, how positive is it, and what does it really mean towards moving forward. Will there be then a pick-up negotiations, if you will, over the agreement of the agreement in Cairo, and then when you start the phases and so on and so forth. But clearly, it's a huge positive step in the right direction towards a ceasefire. That there is no doubt about. And I think, from my understanding...
Brother, when you say stuff like all Israelis are complicit in genocide, you're technically not wrong, except so are all Americans, myself included. We are all complicit in the genocide. British people, American people, we all are. We're paying for it. We're funding it. We're facilitating it. We're running cover for it. We're propagandizing as though it's not happening on a daily fucking basis. Canadians too. It's grim.
Probably in paragraph 5, that's where you find the key to the change of heart or mind, right? I'm talking about technicality now. They talk about sustained quiet. It's a euphemism for a permanent ceasefire. So Israel does not want to hear the word ceasefire because clearly Netanyahu cannot sell it to his cabinet. Hamas, apparently, because of the various pressures and mediations, accepted finally to sustained quiet as the alternative to a permanent ceasefire.
I want your thoughts on this. I'm listening keenly. You say sustained quiet and the words that they're having to choose so that they might get agreement on both sides, two sides that don't really want the same thing, because one wants to end the war, the other one, as far as we can tell from their public pronouncements, wants to continue the war, and that's Israel. With these major diplomatic deals, often in my career reporting on deals like this one, they're all different, but that's kind of how you get to a deal is you fudge the language a little bit. Not fudge it, but you have a gray area where both sides can kind of understand what they want. And then that's why so often implementing the deal becomes complicated, because they each have their own interpretation of it. You're
right 100% about that. But as in every negotiations, it's the mediator that steps in and presumably gives their understanding of what those phrases mean. And that's why what was a bit revealing is what you and I spoke about yesterday. If you remember yesterday, I said it's incredibly paradoxical. It's surprising, shocking almost. The fact that it's Hamas and the United States that want a ceasefire, and that it's the Netanyahu government that does not want a ceasefire. Well, the United States have provided all the guarantees it could provide, apparently. And that's why Director Burns, the director of the CIA, stayed overnight and then stayed again, extended his stay in Doha in order apparently to arrive at these understandings between the United States and the mediators, or Hamas, about the phrases, or the phraseology, if you will, about moving forward. Now, what's important in this is there a will on the part of the United States to make sure that the parties respect whatever they reach to, and that they arrive at the spirit and the letter of the agreement? I think that's what's important. Now, what happened over the past 2 weeks that you and I and others have spoken about? What happened over the past 2 weeks, it has become clear that the continuation of this war means the end of the Biden presidency. Stopping this war means the end of Netanyahu's premiership. That's where we're at. Biden has every incentive to reach a ceasefire because things are starting to boil up in his domestic scene in an election year. So now I'm going to go out on a limb and analytically, from a historical perspective, tell you that what happened at the universities in the United States was a major factor for why we are here now, in the sense of putting huge psychological pressure and some political pressure on the Biden administration to move more willfully, more determinedly on the question of trying to get both parties together. On the question of Hamas, there was
the election is in 6 months. I'm not interrupting, I'm just adding this. The election, the U.S. election, is in 6 months, almost to the day.
Absolutely. Now, there was also pressure on Hamas, and we have to be clear-headed about that. Yesterday, today I'm not sure, Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, was basically justifying Israel's horrific land invasion of Rafah if it takes place by saying Hamas left Israel no option but to invade Rafah. That's I don't want to say criminal. I don't want to use any.
It is criminal. It's criminal complicity, 100%. It's straight up. He doesn't want to say it because, you know, he's speaking on Al Jazeera, but it is. The U.S. and Egypt have given Hamas assurances that this means a ceasefire, and from what I've seen in Israeli media, there's a Bibist narrative emerging about how the U.S. supposedly went behind Israel's back to make this proposal, including a permanent ceasefire. It all goes into this divergence he's talking about. By the way, I want to show you guys something as well, as it builds on the argument that my man is making real quick. Okay? This right here is so fucking damning. This conversation at the McCain Institute is happening, I believe, 2 days ago now. Okay, here's Anthony Blinken talking about Israel's PR.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire.
Yeah, thanks, Mitt Romney. Yeah, why isn't the world screaming about Hamas? Well, I don't know. Maybe because Israel's the one killing a metric ton of fucking people, you know? Only one party here is doing unimaginable baby murder, and it ain't fucking Hamas. So, in comparison to Israel's actions, Hamas looks like fucking angels here, okay? Israel has done so much more, so much. Israel's done 10x, 20x October 7th, since October 7th. Perhaps that's the reason why the world is like, hey, we should stop this fucking baby murder a little bit. You know, maybe we should dial it back. Hamas messed up. Yeah, totally. They did. You're right. Hamas messed up by getting the apartheid state to create apartheid conditions before Hamas ever even fucking existed. I can't believe that they just time traveled and created a justification for Israel to exist as an apartheid regime. Hamas was the reason why Israel officially declared itself to be a Jewish ethno-state. Hamas is the reason why Israel actually started settling aggressively in the West Bank and continued its aggressive settlement operations. Hamas is the reason why all of that has happened before Hamas is not the reason why Hamas exists to begin with, but instead it was Hamas's doing. The Native American prop is doing so much work in this conversation. Oh my God, I didn't even know. Is that? No. Really? Are you making one of your jokes? I'm being sarcastic if you couldn't notice. Hamas is not the reason for why Israel is an apartheid state. Hamas is not the reason for the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? Deeply stupid adult here that has never had a second thought about politics beyond what I learned from my awful AmeriFat parents. Let me explain this to you about how Hamas caused all of this. Yeah. These guys are so far up their own fucking asses that they're oblivious to the top of the hour ad break. You shouldn't be. It's coming right now. Okay? For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break for the record. Cool jacket, thank you. It was an ASOS jacket that I got like a decade ago, so I don't know if they sell it any longer. Okay. And I got it for free too. What's with this fuck around and find out mentality with this thing in particular, yet not Ukraine? Not that both causes aren't just. Russia and Israel are the same in this case, but it's weird to me how different the reactions are for both of those people when technically they're the same. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? It's because we have interests in Ukraine. Ukraine are our allies. Ukraine is our weapon to wield against Russia, our foreign adversary. Israel, on the other hand, are our allies in this circumstance against, Islamic radicalization or whatever fucking enemy we've decided to utilize, to weaponize at the behest of our imperial interests in this resource-rich region. Thank you, 34MKD50, for gifting 50 big ones, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. Typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective?
Why are you showing this? Your existence as a light one shit is like literally old news from like 2 years ago, chatter. Anyway, I got to get back to this. I want to hear what Mitt Romney has to say about good PR for Israel. What would you say to a Zionist who claims Israel equals Ukraine in this situation instead of Israel equals Russia as the aggressor? Wait, what? The only similarity between Israel and Ukraine in this circumstance is not on moral boundaries at all, but simply on the State Department side. That's it. The State Department is aligned with Ukraine. The State Department is aligned with Israel. That's it. It begins and ends there, the similarities. Israel, in its offensive bombing campaign in Gaza, has quite literally taken away resources from Ukraine, taken away public support from Ukraine. Ask them who the militarized superpower is in this conversation. The idea that like Ukraine and Israel share any similarities beyond the fact that like America gives them both weapons is ridiculous.
The Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating?
It's so funny because like I don't think I don't think many Israelis would even agree with that, for the record. Israel is the reason why Ukraine doesn't have an Iron Dome. That's right. That's another good point that I always mention. Benjamin Netanyahu personally refused to allow Ukraine to have an Iron Dome. Not only that, but also after Zelensky asked for it, but also the irony here is that Israelis themselves are pushing Z. A shit ton of Israelis push Z. A shit ton of Russians are also pro-Israel. This is something that often gets forgotten. There is a shit ton of Russians living in Israel. Russian Jews that left the USSR, that moved to Israel, and still very much so are pro-Russia. So it is pretty funny when people are like, yeah, Israel and Ukraine are similar. What? Putin is pro-Palestine, right? Totally, man. Totally. Israel cannot engage in bombing campaigns in Syria, which it regularly does, without Russia's go-ahead. Okay? Israel could not allow Azerbaijan to do whatever the fuck it wants in the region, again, without Russia's go-ahead. The idea that Israel and Russia are not aligned is really silly. Of course, Israel and Russia are aligned, just like Israel and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's administration are aligned. Recep Tayyip Erdogan will claim that they are stopping all trade to Israel as a consequence of the political pressure that is mounting inside of Turkey internally, and because of Erdogan's consistent efforts in maintaining this position as though he's like Mr. Caliphate. And yet they will simply trade by way of Azerbaijan. Turkey will use Azerbaijan as a proxy to continue its trade with Israel. Turkey will not shut off the energy faucet into Israel. Turkish pipelines is how Israel gets its oil and gas from Azerbaijan. Turkey hosting Hamas leaders doesn't change that reality. What exactly do you mean that Netanyahu prevented Ukraine from having an Iron Dome like Israel's, or like setting up their own? America wanted to, or not America wanted to, but Zelensky wanted the United States to send the Iron Dome, because America doesn't just have an Iron Dome in Israel. America also has those weapons on their own as well. This move was blocked by Benjamin Netanyahu. He claimed that the Iron Dome technology would not be allowed to be shipped to Ukraine because of fears that Iran will get access to this when Russia inevitably takes it over. Is Erdogan's statement today bullshit then? Everything Erdogan says is bullshit. Russia supports the Syrian regime, so in a way you could say they're anti-Israel. Russia's actions, or Vladimir Putin's actions specifically, are just pro-Vladimir Putin and nothing else. Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu are very much aligned and have time and time again collaborated specifically with Israel's actions in the region that go beyond Gaza, that go beyond the West Bank. Russia plays both sides of the conflict because it creates another pressure point for breaking apart American hegemonic power in the region. So Putin is pro-Iran and pro-Israel. Is this normal behavior for countries? Yes. So is Xi Jinping. People get duped in this regard. They don't look at the broader allegiances. Eric Toller of the New York Times is now saying that reports continue of military vehicles entering Gaza towards Rafah via the southeastern border with Israel. Along with these witness accounts, there are unverified reports of Israeli military vehicle fire near the destroyed Gaza airport about a mile from the border. It's kind of nuts how many people have come back. You think their minds are changing, or are they just hating? I think some people's minds are changing, yes. And some people are just coming back because there's increased interest once again. It's a combination. But overall, I do think that a lot of people that originally thought that my position was impossible to contend with are now coming to the realization that perhaps it wasn't wrong at all. So, China both advocates for a two-state solution and says it's committing a genocide, but also continuing trade relations and weapon shipments. It's just realpolitik. A country saying Israel is going too far doesn't make it pro-Palestinian inherently. Yes. Just like Turkey sending steel, sending cement, concrete, and other goods in commerce, engaging in Israel, engaging with Israeli trade, all tools for the Israeli genocide, all tools for the Israeli apartheid, and doing that through potentially an Azerbaijan proxy, does not change the statements that Erdogan makes publicly. Russia is not sending weapons to Israel, but Israel is sending weapons to Ukraine. I don't think Russia is sending weapons to Israel. This doesn't change the reality. Turkey doesn't send weapons to Israel either. Or, well, right now, Turkey's not sending weapons to Israel. I will tell you this much. Okay? My understanding of the way that regional actors operate was greatly influenced by what I saw, what I heard, and what I saw in the aftermath of Mavi Marmara, where a Turkish humanitarian aid ship, okay, went through the Israeli blockade, the inhumane, cruel, unjustifiable Israeli blockade, to give humanitarian aid to people in Gaza. And Israel's retaliation to such actions that it considered to be unjust, even though their blockade was unjust, okay, was to drop ship commandos into this fucking ship and kill 10 people with machine guns. Okay? Now, when I saw that, and I considered that to be unconscionable and a gross violation of human rights, I remember at the time Recep Tayyip Erdogan's statements. He was very critical of Israel. He never stopped being critical of Israel. He said there was the famous 1 minute moment. I think it was in Davos or something. Okay? And yet, simultaneously, that was a big deal in Turkey. Like, he's standing up to Israel. Look at our glorious leader. Okay? Except in that time, it was all political theater because Turkey and Israel's trade relations were not harmed in any meaningful capacity. And Turkey still continued to train Israeli pilots in its NATO bases inside of its fucking borders. So how can you say that you are against Israel? How are you acting like you're mad at Israel when you were still at the time training Israeli pilots that would then go and fucking blow up Gaza, that would then go and maybe even in certain instances kill your own citizens doing humanitarian aid? It's pure politics. It's pure theater. Just like the current relations with Israel in Turkey, as far as I understand it, hasn't changed all that meaningfully, and Turkey will still most likely continue its trade with Israel, okay, by way of an Azerbaijan proxy. It's just simply good politics for Recep Tayyip Erdogan. That's it. This is a means of making himself look good in the eyes of the Turkish population, who has been incredibly critical of Erdogan, especially when it comes to its mishandling of Israel's actions in Gaza and maintaining a relationship. There were news reports that uncovered that Recep Tayyip Erdogan's son, who's a shipping magnate, by the way, was personally delivering supplies to Israel with his own logistics company. Okay. This and many other instances created a shit ton of internal pressure for Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and that is precisely the reason why he is desperately trying to do what he does best, which is propaganda. Recep Tayyip Erdogan albeit a watermelon salesman, is a very good propagandist. Okay? Very smart. Very smart propagandist. He is very good at positioning himself in a way that makes it look like he's always standing against the broader Western imperialist forces, when this motherfucker is still managing NATO bases with American nukes in them. Of course, a country that is trusted with American nukes, that is a part of NATO, is never going to be truly anti-America. You are out of your fucking mind if you think that that is the case. However, Recep Tayyip Erdogan will still engage in I guess not trade brinksmanship, but like he will go and he will go and you know, get Russian defense systems. He'll go back and forth on the F-35s that were supposed to be given to Turkey, even though the F-35s used to be built in Turkey. At least a part of them was built in Turkey, in Turkish facilities. It's just pure politics. Abi Amerika neden İsrail destekliyor ki, bir farkası yok. Faydası yok. Var. Onlar için var. Onlar varmış gibi görüyorlar. Armenia has pro-EU government. Why would Russia help Armenia on anything? Why is France still buying Azerbaijani gas? Wait, what? This doesn't go against what I was saying. That is the reason why Russia doesn't give a shit about what happens to Armenia, even though for years and years, Russia was the major reason. Russia and Turkey were the major reasons as to why the Karabakh situation had not unfolded in the way that it did. They were basically holding the Azerbaijan government at bay, and post Russian invasion of Ukraine, they were like, all right, fuck you guys then. Oh, you want to be a part of EU? You want to play with the EU guys? Well then, okay, there you go. Have fun. What's up, Austin Shaw? Anyway. Armenia is weak as fuck, but it's Christian, so true. Anyway.
Coming days, how they will be able to close the gap is another question entirely. Jake.
MJ, you pressed White House National Security Spokesman Admiral John Kirby on this looming Rafah invasion.
Wait, what? Serge Tankian said Hamas was arming Azerbaijan? Brother, that's insane. The fuck happened? What happened to his dumbass fucking brain, dude? It was literally Israel directly arming Azerbaijan. Israel directly arms Azerbaijan. Israel relies on Azerbaijan's natural resources. What the fuck is he saying? It's not even like, this isn't even like a conspiracy or even shrouded in mystery. That's crazy. That's like directly a 1-to-1. Here. Brother, experts estimate Israel supplied Azerbaijan with nearly 70% of its arsenal between 2016 and 2020, giving Azerbaijan an edge against Armenia and boosting Israel's large defense industry. What the fuck is he saying? Is that fucking dumbass thinking that like, I can't believe this. I heard from someone who went to the latest System of a Down concert that he is like pro-Israel. I did not realize that he was attacking, kidnapping, and killing civilians a war crime no matter who does an act. What I've seen today from Hamas' incursion into Israel is really horrifying due to that factor. We've seen similar indiscriminate killings of Palestinian citizens by the Israeli army in the past. Just 2 weeks ago, Azerbaijan armed by Israel, I should add. Wait, yeah. Wait, why would he say that Hamas is doing it? Yeah, he knows. Why are chatters slandering Serge? Did you read it wrong? I got one guide into. No, but I have heard, for the record, I have heard that Serge is pro-Israel a little bit. I mean, obviously his drummer's like a fucking MAGA weirdo, but oh my God, the Niska is in here pushing Z propaganda. So why would Hamas call for Russian media as if they were pro-Israel? Bro, I don't understand how to explain this to you. Hamas officials have been welcomed into Turkey. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand? Hamas officials have been invited to Turkey. They will work with anyone and anyone and everyone they can work with in terms of mediation. I don't know how much more I can fucking explain this to you. This does not mean that Russia is unconditionally in support of Palestinian emancipation. It just means that Russia, just like every other fucking regional actor and operator, is working to undermine American hegemony. Darren Malakian said, to all the college campus brothers, I'd like to ask you this. Where was your outrage when the babies at Artsock were crying on stage's Sick New World? The lead singer of Disturbed is hardcore pro-Israel? No, I'm not talking about that. That guy is fucking insane. I'm not pushing Z, fuck Putin and fuck his party, but like, how can we ignore their actions in the UN? Russia's actions in the UN against Israel is not born out of genuine interest in Palestinian emancipation and simply interested in exposing the double standard and American hypocrisy as they're doing their own version of Israel shit in Ukraine. It's basically to, understandably state, as a reasonable state actor would when they're doing their own share of atrocities, that the world has no fucking standing. That's it. It's to be like, oh yeah, you guys think what we're doing in Ukraine is bad? Well, look at this shit. Look at what Israel's doing and look at how much America's defending it. That's it. Palestinians understand that as well. They'll take any state ally they can get. Mostly though, they just want America to have less power in the region, and they understandably are using this as an opportunity because Israel is presenting this as a perfect opportunity for any regional actor to righteously, with righteous indignation, claim that Israel has gone too fucking far, which they have, and that America is not doing anything to rein in their lapdogs, which they haven't. Serge, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yes, Russia is doing the diplomatic equivalent of concern trolling. Anyway, let's wrap this up, and then I got more
vocabulary that's above and beyond. But that was definitely unconventional declaration from an American Secretary of Defense to basically justify an Israeli invasion.
Yeah, see, this is a good take. There's tons of Russian PMC fighting with Israel, ones that are controlled by the government and all but name. Enough said. That's it. Yeah. When I see some Wagner motherfuckers wearing the green banner, okay, flying the green banner and doing trick shots on Merkava tanks and shit, that's when I'll change my opinion. Okay, that's when I'll say, okay, it's they're definitely changing their attitude a little bit more beyond words. Hezbollah doesn't count. Working with Hezbollah doesn't count.
That is to the disliking of the Biden administration itself.
Right, they just said they can't support this.
Absolutely. So the fact that Lloyd Austin would say Hamas has given Israel no other option but...
So Russia good, USA bad now? If you arrived at that conclusion after my last 30 minutes of talking about how Russia is not actually in it for real reasons, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think you understand. I don't think you have a decent command of the English language. I'm sorry. I feel as though you just might be legitimately too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth and directly entering your ear. It's entering your ear. You're listening. I mean, you're hearing, but you're not listening. And even if you are listening, you're not comprehending. Or maybe you're just watching on mute because you think I'm hot or something. I don't know.
to invade Rafah, that's a terrible. Anyway, but be that as it may, I think the pressure on Hamas has been huge over the past 72 hours. That Netanyahu made it clear that if nothing's going to happen soon on the captives, that he was going to invade. Gallant said today, nothing is happening on the captives, we are going in. Right? I'm trying to describe an atmosphere or a dynamic where we find why we're finding ourselves today, in the sense of the parties arriving at terminology that is perhaps acceptable to the United States and Hamas, and maybe tomorrow to Israel, because Israel is going to find itself the odd man out if it does not agree to this, because you're going to hear in the next several hours, take my word for it, European leaders, American leaders, Middle Eastern leaders, all of them coming out and say yes to this.
This is a really good take. I think the difference between Russia and China is that China would favor peace and stability in any region, but if Russia benefits from chaos somewhere, they'd have no problem inflaming it. I agree with that. I agree with that. But China also won't go out of their way to create stability in any region unless they have a direct interest in creating stability in a region, like what they did between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Why do you write so hard for China? I don't know if you know a thing or two about what was happening in Yemen, but there was one country that put an end to it. That country was China. One must ask itself why you think any accurate assessment of what China is doing, okay, is considered a defense or dick riding of China. I criticize China quite frequently. There's plenty that it does, especially in its domestic affairs, that are bad. Plenty that it does even in its foreign affairs that I think are bad as well. It's just not even, I don't know how to describe it. Like when you compare it to America's actions globally, it's just like it doesn't even begin to hit my interest meter. If anything, I'm not fucking riding China as hard as I should be.
Mediator's proposal for a ceasefire, and it's going to be Israel is going to be the odd man out, and we'll see what happens then.
Following your earlier train of thought on Gallant and Israeli officials saying we're moving into Rafah, we have no choice but to do it because Hamas has left us no choice. Right? This has been their messaging. And then this morning, the Israeli military ordered more than 100,000 Palestinians to leave parts of Rafah. I've been wondering, is that the ultimate bargaining tool for them to...
This is so funny. Mods, y'all clapped me for an hour ago asking for why they were using a person with a thick Indian accent to do a dub of an Arab man. I'm Indian myself, but y'all did what you thought was right. Here's game recognized game. Game recognized game mods. You did a good job of taking down someone you suspected of harboring anti-Indian sentiment, and I respect that. I respect you, chatter, for recognizing it. Many chatters would not. They would get just upset, maybe write a Reddit post about how fucking stupid the mods are, and how annoying they are because they should have magically assumed that you were Indian yourself.
Say we're serious, look, we're moving in. We're starting with this little...
As a soy liberal white boy, I did not silence anyone today. Let's go.
Slice of Rafah, 100,000 people. There are 1.5 million people. 1.4 million to go if you don't stop us now.
The pants I'm wearing on my Instagram story that I'm currently wearing right now are from Pleasures. Many years ago, I got these pants and I was never able to wear them because I was too fat to wear them. I bought these pants and then I got too fat. This is the first time I'm able to wear them again.
For the past 15 years on Al Jazeera.
It's on my Instagram, Hasanabi.
As we go from one diplomatic debacle to another.
Kami Simp, thank you for the 10
different
gifted.
Fronts of whether it's Iran and Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and so on and so forth. In the end of the day, negotiations / diplomacy are a reflection of the balance of power or the imbalance. They are not the production. They are not the end product of some clever people trying to reach some clever terminology. That comes later. In the end of the day, there is a balance of power. Hamas has proven that it's unbeatable. You can destroy Gaza. Apparently, you can't destroy Hamas. One. Two, Israel has proven that it can destroy Gaza and it can continue to destroy whatever it wants to destroy, and no one is going to stop it. The United States has proven that there is no third party capable as the United States to do something if it's actually willing to do something, whether towards war or towards peace in this part of the world. That in the end of the day, it does have leverage with the troublemaker, and as far as I'm concerned, analytically speaking, which is Israel. The powerful country, which is Israel. So we have arrived after 7 months of destruction of Gaza without being able to achieve the ultimate objectives of the Netanyahu government of October 8, October 9, right? And the United States in an election year having an administration in a bind whereby you have President Biden, who basically is sitting on a successful economy, basically successful foreign policy, is down in the polls against a man who has about a zillion trials happening at the same time, right? For everything from, I don't know, whatever, I'm not going to go into the prostitution bits of it, whatever it is, right? So Biden understands that the war in Gaza has hurt him a lot. He thought he can somehow, what's the word in English? He can get, can escape the storm, right? He can wither the storm, right? But apparently not. Something happened in the psyche of the American public because of what happened on the campuses of several hundred American universities. The virus of revolt started spreading even to European universities. The young people, the Z generation, has revolted in a way that is so moral, so ethical, so clear about its call for justice, that I think Biden feels the need to push further towards a ceasefire. That's what changed over the past couple of weeks.
Marwan, we will be coming back to you very regularly throughout.
Now to.
Okay. Dude, you know what's crazy? I never ended up finishing this fucking dumbass thing. I don't think. Did I end up watching the whole video of Mitt Romney? Oh my God. Oh my God, something is wrong with my brain. This Generation Z brain has broken me as well. I wanted to watch this as far as like why Israeli propaganda is failing. Just two guys having a chat.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It's said it's all the other way around. I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating?
Yeah, why can't we cover up? Why can't we cover up the insane war crimes that Israel is engaging with unimaginable frequency? What is wrong? Bro, Mehmet Walshola, I'm gonna literally ship you out. Okay, I get it. You fucking are making a beautiful point about China, okay? I got it. Jesus Christ. Iranian German chatter going crazy. Stop! I'm repausing again.
The realities there, and
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses.
Communicating the realities there, and
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's not because there's new impulses and inputs every millisecond. It's because Israel is lasering a new Palestinian baby every millisecond. That's probably what it is. Okay? It's not like people are replaying the same fucking atrocities over and over again. Well, Israel is. October 7. But the Palestinian side has a new fresh hell that they have to contend with and try to show the rest of the fucking world pretty much every fucking day. So much so that as far as Israel's atrocious behavior goes, there are chatters in here that have been following every single day of this conflict, every single day for 200 plus days now. And yet I'm certain that they would be in awe if I were to tell you, I don't know, a new thing that they probably haven't even heard about that Israel's done, like the fucking quadcopters, right? There was reports about using crying baby sounds to like snipe out Palestinians that run out of the rubble. It's like when you hear about the goon squad for the first time, you're like, what? What do you mean they're extracting semen from dead IDF soldiers? Like, that's insane. It's just like there is so much that Israel has done, and so much Israel's done before October 7 as well, but so much it has done since. Okay? So much it has done since that is so unimaginably freak-like. Just freakish behavior. Freakish behavior that someone like myself, who is definitely more educated on the matter than the average person, especially the average person in America, even I sometimes go, that seems like an anti-Semitic thing that you're just saying right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking way. You're just making that up, right? Only to find out that, no, they aren't making that up. Holy fucking shit. Felix Biederman of the Chapo Trap House had a funny bit about this when talking about the lab mice that Zionist counter-protesters at UCLA tried to unleash upon the pro-Palestinian peaceful encampment. You said that it's like, it's literally, if someone were to approach him and ask him, if someone were to approach him and be like, did you hear that Zionist counter-protesters like that are defending Israel went and like released lab mice that had like inoculation marks on them, like potentially diseased lab mice? He would go, okay, that's a little bit anti-Semitic. I feel like you're making this up. I feel like you have, you're being anti-Semitic with this conspiracy theory. It is akin to literally fucking blood libel. Like, oh yeah, Jews are drinking the blood of Christian children. You know what I mean? They're bringing about the bubonic plague here. That's what it feels like. When I hear new things, I'm like, I have to investigate this because this seems insanely fucking anti-Semitic. That's the reason why people are like, what the fuck is Israel doing? The "Are you Polish" line went so hard. Yeah. So the widow can have children? Yeah, dude, we know why the goon squad is fucking extracting semen from dead IDF soldiers, brother. We know. The question is, why aren't they nutting beforehand? I did not think. I mean, there's a couple different questions. One, why are people so obsessed with maintaining the lineage and having as many children as possible, Jewish children specifically inside of Israel? What is this? What's up with this demographic concern of Israel? That seems kind of an odd thing. The Israelis stealing organs felt anti-Semitic as well. Yes. Yeah, we have to maintain bloodlines to maintain our demographic ethno-state. Demographic Jewish majority ethno-state. Weird. Okay.
And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images dominates. And we can't discount that. But I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on
on the narrative. A small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
That's why it's so funny when like my naysayers will criticize me and be like, Hassan is doing conspiracy theories about why they're pushing to ban TikTok. And it's like, bro, they literally have been saying it openly. Like, I was also careful at first about running with narratives such as, oh, they're banning TikTok because they can't control it. Like, that's a major factor, a major role in this. Like, oh, they can't control TikTok, and like all the messaging that TikTok allows that is pro-Palestinian is hurting the PR operations, and that's why they're working to ban TikTok. And it's like, they keep saying it. They keep saying it over and over again. Like, they're taking victory laps. They're like, yeah, look at how well we banned TikTok. Look at how well we're doing. It's fucking ridiculous. Well, would you look at that? As Israel prepares to enter Rafah, Hamas just released a statement that they reversed their decision and they now accept the Egyptian ceasefire deal. Cowards. I hope Israel says no and finishes them off. Thanks, Hillel Fuld. Great take from Hillel Fuld over here. Fucking demanding blood. Because he doesn't care. He does not care. Israel will never know peace. To use the words of Golda Meir, Israel will never know peace until they learn to love their children more than they hate Arabs and Palestinians. Pure fucking projection from Golda Meir when she said the exact opposite about Palestinians. Israel says the same shit about Palestinians? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's pure projection. Sources tell me the tanks have reached the Rafah crossing and has fired several shells on the buildings on the crossing. Here's the Al Jazeera English correspondent saying East Rafah is now under heavy Israeli bombardment, including Rafah border buildings. Hind Hudari says 3 Israeli tanks are stationed 200 meters away from the Rafah crossing. As IDF heroes are getting ready for their mission into the hearts of the terror city of Rafah, the world is about to get another glimpse of the incredible bond between Jewish nation and its soldiers. Let's look at some Israeli propaganda to see what the fuck is actually going on. Fucking Nazis, dude. Gross. Using the fucking shofar in your ethnic cleansing campaign, crime against Judaism. Again, tying all of its actions to Judaism. There's a shofar, chat. A refusenik spoke at my university. He said he hates Palestinians but was afraid to die. Wait, what the fuck? Is that the chatter? Is that the chatter the other day who's like, I'm a refusenik, but also Israel is not an apartheid and Israel's not doing genocide? Last week, we're talking about last week. Also, speaking of actually good things, hundreds of activists are marching through Jerusalem against the criminal Rafah invasion. We must stop the massacre. We must have a ceasefire deal now. These guys are actual fucking leftists. These guys are the tiny marginal leftist movement, which is growing in support as well, alongside other movements in Israel. Obviously nowhere near as big. Let's see if chat can notice a difference. Let's see if chat can notice something very important here. In this protest that they don't see in the Release Our Hostages Now protests that are in Tel Aviv. This chatter used a, unkind terminology to put it. There is one flag back there. But overall, with the exception of this one flag, okay, notice how there aren't that many Israeli flags versus the other Tel Aviv protests that we were looking at where they all were draped in the flag. There's two. No, that's the difference. Anyway. Yeah, I covered the Al Jazeera accounts getting shut down. The Al Jazeera Israel branch getting shut down before they gear up for the Rafah invasion. It is interesting to see, for as fascist of a nation Israel is, there are still leftists out there. It's important to recognize that. Those motherfuckers are in the heart of it, you know what I mean? One day they will be regarded in the same exact ways in which the German resistance, also comprised of Jews, of course, predominantly, fought against Nazi Germany, and how the French resistance, many Jews there as well, tried to and kept up the fight against Nazi Germany. Doesn't Israel have a communist party? Are they fake leftists? No, they are actually great.
To the unrest on college campuses as graduation ceremonies become a flashpoint in the standoffs happening nationwide. Our chief national correspondent Matt Gutman is at USC with more. Good morning, Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Rebecca. Early yesterday morning, police in riot gear tearing down a second pro-Palestinian encampment at USC. And just over the past couple of weeks, over 2,000 arrests made on college campuses. And as you just mentioned, with classes coming to an end, the focus for protesters now shifting to graduation ceremonies. This morning, as commencement season gets underway across the country, college campuses facing turmoil and tense protests. Columbia officially canceling its university-wide graduation ceremony, continuing with smaller-scale celebrations. At DePaul University, dueling protests as pro-Israeli counter-protesters met with pro-Palestinian demonstrators, dozens of officers lining the divide between both sides. And in some places, police cracking down. At USC in Los Angeles, law enforcement called in to dismantle an illegal pro-Palestinian encampment Sunday, saying it was spiraling in a dangerous direction. No arrests were made. During the University of Michigan's graduation, dozens of students disrupting commencement ceremonies, waving Palestinian flags. Demonstrators marching through the aisles, carrying banners and chanting. Overhead, a plane flying a banner in support of Israel. And in this video, live streamed by Northeastern University,
It's always students literally doing their very best with the limited means that they have, trying to protest in whichever way they can, in spite of like intense pressure and intense crackdowns from both the government and the schools. And then some rich fucking asshole buying a plane and flying it over. It's always the same. It's like you get a Megatron, Jumbotron, and place it next to the fucking encampment to agitate versus like actual students. Kaya, place. Get back over there. Place. Good girl.
Students flashing messages on their phones in support of Gaza. Demonstrators at other universities clashing with authorities. On Saturday, police arresting at least 68 pro-Palestinian protesters at the Art Institute of Chicago, who'd set up an encampment in the museum's North Garden. And in Virginia, officers in riot gear appearing to disperse this crowd using zip ties and pepper spray, arresting at least 25 people. Schools trying to restore a sense of normalcy. UCLA's chancellor announcing overnight that classes, work, events will resume in person starting this morning. And USC, which canceled its graduation, forbidding its Muslim valedictorian from speaking, now saying it'll have a grand graduation party here at the Coliseum for the class of 2024. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams joins us now. Mayor Adams, as I understand it now, 2 of the city's universities have now asked.
Hey, if you don't ask this fucking dipshit why one of his officers actually shot live ammunition when dealing with unarmed student protesters inside of Hind Hall, you should be fired from your job. In a just world, you would be.
Have authorized the NYPD to come in and help clearing campus on their campuses. We see NYU and the New School. What is the very latest in New York right now?
And several of our college ask the same. And we want to ensure we protect democracy and the right to protest. We have an obligation that when those protests reach the point of violence, as the president stated, we have to ensure that we use a minimum amount of force to terminate what is perceived to be a threat, not only by our intelligence, but also the school and college officials.
And you had said that you had been saying for days, if not weeks, that there were outside agitators that were they were doing this stuff or provoking a lot of the stuff we've seen on the campuses. So particularly at Columbia, should the NYPD have gone in earlier in your view? Is that the suggestion?
That determination, we communicated with the college officials for several days leading up to the New York City Police Department action. And we knew we had to get permission unless there's imminent threat to life.
It's so crazy, but you are watching. It's a wonderful demonstration of how consent is manufactured. The actions of the NYPD are necessary and not considered violent, even though they objectively are. The actions of the students, on the other hand, which, by the way, were not violent at all, are considered violent, both in their rhetoric and both in their actions. Just think about that.
Or severe threat to property. And once the schools made the determination, we shared the information that we had. Our intelligence division looked at it, and it was concerning to me.
Yeah, the fucking counterterrorism unit, dude. Incredible.
But we were not going to overstep our legal authority and right to do so.
I want to read you something that New York Congressman Jamal Bowman wrote earlier this week about the NYPD's presence on campuses Tuesday night. He wrote, the militarization of college campuses, extensive police presence, and the arrest of hundreds of students are in direct opposition to the role of education as a cornerstone of our democracy. What do you say to that? Not just Congressman Bowman, but others who say this stuff's gone too far. I mean, the reaction has gone too far.
And again, that's the beauty of America. One has the right to have his or her.
Yeah, except if you go a little too far, we'll beat the fuck out of you and arrest you, which is what we did, and which is what you're kind of defending here on this broadcast at ABC. That's the beauty of America. New York City is the Tel Aviv of America. New York City will not be the Han Yunis of America. New York City is a beautiful city where 9/11 can happen at any given moment in America. That's why we did a 9/11 style response to these students peacefully protesting. 9/11 couldn't happen in LA. True. We don't have the fucking World Trade Center. I want to retire in Golan Heights.
Opinion, and I respect that. I protested as a young man for apartheid and other issues to dismantle apartheid, and so I respect that.
Yeah, for apartheid.
He has his position, and I have an obligation and responsibility to ensure the city is safe. I policed in the city during 9/11, and there was one of the flyers that was found inside the protest, and if you look closely, it says "Death to America." This has left the point of advocating for a particular item. And
why did he cover the rest of it? Why did he cover the rest of it? He's like, bro, it is one of the most well-protected fundamental principles enshrined in the Constitution to be able to say, as an American, it is my God-given right to say death to America when I fucking feel like it. Okay? Suck my dick. It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh, they're burning flags. They're saying goddamn America. It's like, no, dude. Yeah, he clip-trimmed the Death to America flyer, which is funny, but it doesn't really matter. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, bro, you are the reason why people are fucking calling for the American state to fucking end. Not that they believe it, truly, obviously. It would ruin their lives as well. But it's your actions that are completely unconscionable in the face of any kind of criticism, no matter how fucking valid. Yeah.
Reverend Jeremiah Wright.
I say motherfucker America, motherfucker America's mother, motherfucker America's daddy, America can eat a dick, America can lick the balls.
Oh shit. Let's get started. Wait, what? What the fuck happened? This is how you protest? Oh, hell yeah. New video just dropped. It's a pretty good one.
Than the one that Israel had helped craft with Egypt, which was submitted to Hamas a little over a week ago. This latest proposal calls for an end to the war in Gaza, which has really been a red line for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and is the major way in which this proposal diverges from the Egyptian framework that had been submitted to Hamas a little over a week ago. So major questions about exactly how these negotiators can now move forward with this. But the Israeli Prime Minister's office says...
Yeah, I can't believe it. The guys that are under fucking... down. The guys who are being attacked are saying like, hey, we need a ceasefire. That's crazy. I can't believe it. How could they do that?
be struck. As all of this is happening, the Israeli War Cabinet tonight agreeing to continue this operation in Rafah, which began today with the evacuation orders, thousands of leaflets being dropped in eastern Rafah, ordering the evacuation of about 100,000 Palestinians who are living there. And this evening, we are seeing more military action in Rafah tonight. The Israeli military says they are carrying out what they are describing as targeted strikes in eastern Rafah, that very same area where people less than 24 hours ago were told to begin to evacuate. And so certainly the Israeli military, the Israeli government trying to keep up the pressure on Hamas, even as they continue to speak at the negotiating table in the coming days.
You know, Jeremy, we saw a celebration in Gaza, but we also are seeing protests and also some pressure being put on not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but his entire war cabinet at this hour to try and get to the table. Is that a widespread belief in Israel right now, or is it contained, obviously, to the families of the hostages who so desperately want to see their loved ones?
Well, certainly
I do want to point out that Israel has not stopped killing children in its ceaseless bombing campaigns. Did you say celebrations in Gaza? Yeah, there were. There were celebrations in Gaza, shortly lived, when Hamas agreed to the terms and conditions of a ceasefire. They thought, oh, these are Israeli terms that they had brought forward, and Hamas is agreeing to it. So they were celebrating, hopefully not having to like dig their fucking children out of a corpse and place them in plastic trash bags, what remains of their bodies. That's what they were celebrating. Except it's, the celebration is fucking gone. It's done.
On what has been a very long evening and night there in Israel and Gaza. Jeremy Diamond for us. Really appreciate it. Now, the White House said Monday that U.S. President Joe Biden had been briefed on the talks and that the CIA director is actively involved in them. U.S. National Security spokesperson John Kirby said he couldn't say much more than that to avoid upsetting any potential deal. Listen.
Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk.
MJ Lee is at the White House for us. You were also at that press conference. MJ, what's the state of play as far as the White House is concerned? Are we any closer to a deal? And if you could also let us know where...
We're not closer to a deal than we are closer to the top of the hour ad break. Actually, never mind. We are very close to the top of the hour ad break. It's happening right now at the top of the hour, as a matter of fact. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Use it during an ad break now.
From Hamas earlier in the day that they had accepted a proposal. Instead, they are saying that what Hamas did was they came back with a proposal that was given to them back in April with some amendments. That was the language used by one U.S. official that I just spoke with. And they essentially said, look, that means that we now go back to the negotiating table and the parties have to come together to try to hopefully get to a deal. Of course, as we were talking about, President Biden and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, when those two leaders spoke earlier in the day, the Hamas saying publicly that they had accepted this deal, again, a characterization that U.S. officials now reject, that had not actually happened yet. So the two leaders didn't discuss the specifics of that framework that Hamas is now putting on the table. And of course, as U.S. officials for weeks now have been working feverishly to try to help the parties get to a final deal, we know that that effort continues, with CIA Director Bill Burns in particular remaining in the region. And it's just tough to overstate, how much is sort of on the line for this administration and this White House and for this president. Of course, U.S. officials have made clear that they want more than anything else to see a quick end to this conflict. They
more
also
than
want to
anyone
make
else.
sure that all of the hostages do eventually get out, including several of them believed to be American citizens. And they also want to avoid a major ground incursion into Rafah, which the Israelis
they're like, come on, please don't
with
do it.
increasing force. Now,
We would hate
a
that.
question that I did put to White House spokesman John Kirby earlier in the day is the question of a Rafah operation that is limited in scope. Take a listen.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah, operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And the question right now is a hypothetical.
Right, but you know that they are asking people in the area to evacuate, and the possibility of a limited Rafah operation is on the table. So I'm asking, does the president believe that Israel can execute a limited operation into Rafah while adequately protecting the lives of civilians there?
The president doesn't want to see operations in Rafah that put at greater risk.
So you wouldn't support a limited operation into Rafah?
I think I've answered the question.
So look, John Kirby there didn't explicitly say the words.
That's the craziest part, is that like the CNN journalist there is literally asking not a question, but basically making a statement like, yeah, a limited operation is fine though, right? Because like obviously not a lot of people will be killed in that situation. Like that is the lightest fucking softball tee up question of all time. And even that's like, for Kirby, is like, no, I can't give you any additional clarity until Israel does do it, and then I will dick ride it into oblivion.
Or just first off, thank you very much for coming in.
All right, let's go to our General Spider Rapist. All right, General Spider Rapist, what do you think about how hard the Palestinian dogs deserve to be ethnically cleansed?
Your reaction as soon as you hear from MJ Lee what the White House said about what even a limited scope incursion would elicit from them.
Well, truthfully, Paula, it is a very complex situation. And truthfully, as a military guy, I'm not sure what's the difference between a limited versus a major ground incursion.
By the way, it's complex specifically because like one party wants to do ethnic cleansing and the other party is victim to ethnic cleansing. That's the only complexity here.
Destroy the elements of Hamas. They contend that there are 4 or more battalions of Hamas left. And in viewing this war from the very beginning, it appears that this is a major headquarters for Hamas. So to end the war, to not go after these final battalions, which probably includes some of the main players in Hamas.
Oh, the command and control center was in fucking Rafah,
from a military
dude.
perspective, the Israelis have to continue to attempt to go after that Hamas headquarters and the fighters that are in this area. President Biden has made it very clear that he wants to exclude the potential for a great deal of civilian casualties, that more humanitarian aid has to go in. But in this particular area, Hamas is buying for time, just as they have been buying for time from the very beginning. And they have used
what are you doing?
the kinds of methods they use where they suddenly announced that they're willing to live by a ceasefire that no one knows the details of, is just more buying for time and trying to put Israel as the scapegoat and the world pariah. There was reports of dancing by Palestinian citizens inside of Gaza today as soon as Hamas announced that. When Israel then continued the operation, it certainly will be contrary to what most of the citizens of Gaza believed was about to happen because of the lies and obfuscation of Hamas fighters and their leadership.
I have to ask you, as you're speaking, we are showing pictures of those celebrations, and I will say we spoke to a humanitarian official in the last few hours.
Bro, they were fucking celebrating because they thought Israel's bombing campaign was coming to an end.
Right now, plus you could also...
That is psychotic, dude. That is psychotic.
In that eastern part of Rafah. But I want to ask you, General Hertling, we've been here before, right? We have said you cannot take out Hamas. You cannot completely take out Hamas. That, at this point in time, seems to be standing in the way of actually getting these hostages freed. So at a certain point in time, the compromise on the table is what it is. Do you believe Israel will defy the United States and other allies and continue with this Rafah operation no matter what?
Well, I'd clarify a little bit, Paula, and say I've said from the very beginning, as many others have, that you can't destroy Hamas, the ideology of Hamas and this terrorist group. But certainly you can destroy or kill or capture the fighters that are currently part of the Hamas organization. To leave 4 battalions in southern Gaza of Hamas fighters would only be Israel surrendering to more terrorist attacks. That's the complexity of this situation.
But we
certainly can't destroy Hamas, that's for sure.
Okay, and I totally get what you're saying, but we're talking about 4 battalions. So what, let's say 4,000 Hamas militants that you think are still in there, give or take. Okay, correct me. But they're all among civilians. Some of them are with their families. They're with multiple generations of their families. How do you get to them without risking death?
Yeah, which is, by the way, as we've said from the very beginning, that is the strategy of this terrorist organization, to wrap themselves around the infrastructure of the area, to have their tunnel complexes and their headquarters below hospitals and mosques and residencies. So when Israel...
It almost feels like right now, under international law, what a spontaneous militia resistance against an occupying force is doing is almost entirely valid and just, and dare I say, moral. And these guys are just saying like, well, you know, they're around their family members, so we got to kill all of them. Well, there's nothing we can do. They're holding their fucking family members hostage. Yeah. But what more can you expect from this fucking dipshit who literally said, well, there's another command center. The real command center was wherever Israel is bombing in that very moment. Ridiculous
we'll have
shit.
to leave it there for now, but we'll talk again certainly as the story unfolds. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paula.
Now, straight ahead for us, new witnesses taking the stand in Donald Trump's hush money case, the latest on the former U.S. president's historic criminal trial, plus Xi Jinping in France, what the Chinese leader wants to achieve from his first European trip.
It's just, they're always so moral and always in the right. Anyway, let's get back to America, where there's also Hamas command and conquer control operation centers underneath our Ivy League institutions.
As I say over and over again, there's a real attempt to radicalize our young people. And when you look at some of the information and some of the people who are there, we need to be clear that we cannot take this lightly. And when I use the term of outside agitators, anyone can protest in the city. But when you're on college grounds and you do not attend that college, you are an outsider. And then when you train people to do destructive things, you are an agitator. And so I'm not trying to be politically correct. I'm trying to be correct for the city of New York as we make sure the city continues to be safe.
All right, and bottom line, Mayor, there's several graduations scheduled in New York City over the rest of this month. Are they going to be able to happen in person and peacefully?
I believe they should. It's a wonderful experience to graduate from an institution, and I don't think we should allow anything to get in our normal way of life. We will do our job, and if the institutions decide to graduate their students and celebrate a beautiful experience with their families, we will make sure it's done in a peaceful manner.
All right, Mayor Eric Adams.
Bro. MBS attacked in Riyadh. I haven't seen this. I've heard some people bring it up in the chat. I don't know what you're talking about. But it's interesting that he said outside agitators are infiltrating college campus. And of course, he doesn't mean like the Israel defending counter protesters or even the police, as a matter of fact, when those are the real outside agitators that don't go to school, that are just like adults with jobs.
Adams of New York City, thank you very much for joining us on This Week.
No, which has its roots in a movement called BDS against apartheid South Africa. No, BDS didn't just start as a pro-Palestinian movement. Divestment is not inherently for a pro-Palestinian concept, as I've explained a million times over. Divestment takes many different forms. People have successfully divested from fossil fuel companies, for example. It's bullshit. And BDS, contrary to what the Wall Street Journal is also omitting here, in an effort to make it not seem good, wasn't invented specifically for the Palestinian movement. It is an act of peaceful protest and criticism and to create a pressure point against a state that is acting in a nefarious way, in a violent way, in an evil way. It started against apartheid South Africa. What is it, bro? This is fucking, I'm sorry, but this is like Mario Naval. Until I see actual shit, like an actual account, real journalists talking about this shit, I'm not touching that. Yeah, we talked about this already, but yes, breaking news according to Barak Ravid, Israeli forces are going to take over the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza for the next few hours. Two sources of direct knowledge told me. Damn, how did they do that? Why are they doing that? Maybe they're just kettling and hoping that nobody gets out when they do the awful shit.
Divestment, simply put, means selling off an investment or business interest, but in practice, it's more complicated.
Israel on top, always and forever. You don't listen to what people are saying, then you just start yelling and spouting off random information, trying to sound smart, says Gorilla Jones. It's such a fucking awesome, hilarious, by the way, another October 7 lever once again. Could be worse. Miskiff could have worn the jacket. Ad break. All of a sudden, post October 7, very different attitude, okay? Very different attitude. What happened? Imagine having so much brain rot that you support the Biden family. Watch it on Trey X Rutgers. What? Yeah, it's not vandalism. It was just one or two completely trashed buildings. Israel on top, always and forever. You don't listen to what people are saying. Then you just start yelling and spouting random information trying to sound smart. What kind of valid information did you bring up? I'm on the road all the time, and your VODs are consistently my go-to for the long trips. What happened, brother? What happened? How'd you go from I'm on the road all the time, and your VODs are consistently my go-to for the long trips to you fucking asshole, Israel's on top, always and forever? I know what happened. Okay? I know what happened. Get well. You are sick in the fucking brain. Get well, okay? I hope you do one day. I hope you one day turn around and recognize that your perspective is just so completely fucking broken. Chatters, why are you so invested in our country? That's weird. This guy might be Israeli, to be fair. Or even if they're not Israeli, they might have been brain broken with Zionist propaganda from early on. I have had these opinions for longer than you have been a fan of mine. Gorilla Jones too. I don't know if he's still in here or not. So the question, it was chill post October 7 in the pre-student protest. Wait, what? It's a broken chatter. If we give Asmongold a chance, why not him? I do try to give chatters that come back another chance. I don't even care if they say fucking dumb shit. I just don't want them. I don't want them to fucking fall further and further into the throes of reactionary propaganda. That's it. Yeah, also, Asmongold has never said Israel always and forever. Anyway. My entire purpose here is to stop the fucking, to plug the dam as best as I can. There's always going to be a sea of horrifying, bad, wrong, inhumane, right-wing opinions. I try to do my very best to combat against that. It actually is tiresome and really sad when I see people who are otherwise completely on board with the way I see the world and are in agreement, but then they have this like major bias towards Israel. That's why in activist circles, there's a term called progressive accept Palestine, and has existed for a very long time. A lot of people who are kind, loving, progressive individuals who just completely drop everything, like their entire worldview. How do you feel about your friend academics tweeting about having sex with underage girls? Wait, first of all, my friend, excuse me. Let's calm down, okay? He's a friend of the show. Huh. Wait. I thought this shit was impossible and far too complicated, and you could never do that. Huh. I thought BDS was invented as a pro-Palestinian movement. Huh. Here's the D of the BDS right here, working successfully. Friend of mine is a labor activist who works at the AFL and is a staunch Zionist. He told me recently that he's no longer a leftist because of the left's view on Israel. I told him that sucks, and if he did some self-reflection, he might see the error in his thinking. He got mad at me and told me I was a bad Jew on Passover of all days. Yeah, dude, it's just the fucking propaganda is too goddamn powerful. There's just nothing there's not really much you can do. And I haven't been able to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know what the perfect mechanism is. Beyond the chatters that are in here that are not as like invested in Zionist propagandist's birth, I'll tell you this, Metro. It is very hard to deal with. And obviously it's harder for me to deal with personally because I am Turkish, I am Muslim. So I definitely can't reconvert otherwise like progressive Jewish Zionists that have been so brain broken by Israeli propaganda, pro-Israeli propaganda. But this sentiment is shared by my anti-Zionist Jewish friends as well. Like they say the same shit. They're like, it's hard. The propaganda isn't even that good. It doesn't matter. It's not good right now to you. It was really fucking good when that's all people learned about. When you get people young, before they make up their mind about certain things, and you tell them that the world is a certain way, it's pretty fucking hard to shake them from that position. That becomes like a truth. That becomes their whole world. It's really hard. Wait, that doesn't make sense. So why won't they do that then? Wait, hold on. If it's so marginal, then why won't they do that? It almost feels like the demands being made are of a marginal nature, and yet the students are still so unreasonable for making this marginal request. It's not like they're fucking making like unhinged demands, okay? They're not like expel Israeli students or some shit, okay? That would be unhinged. So why is it that this marginal demand is being met with such brutality? Perhaps the secret is in the demand itself. The reasons, would you date an Israeli woman? I used to. I literally did. I have. She was also not a Zionist, but that's besides the point. Listen to me. That is besides the point. The point I'm making is this. A lot of the campus mobilization isn't specifically around like, once we do divestment, then we won. No, dude, it's just extra pressure. Every bit helps. Okay? It's about broadening people's awareness. People are so goddamn annoying. Yes, dumbass. It's not the direct fucking impact, the financial impact of divestment. It's the social pressure. It's literally the university conceding to the demands made by the students that are totally fucking reasonable and just, that they do not, they are playing a role. They're playing their part in trying to rid their hands of the blood. That's it. It's just the principle. It gives more credence to the cause. It galvanizes the population. That's it. That's the real reason for these fucking divestment initiatives. Not directly about like tackling the economy of Israel. That never happened with apartheid South Africa either. Because guess what? Once pressure got to a point where every single college was openly saying that they're going to divest and divesting, the South African economy was like, oh, fuck, we're on fire. We will literally lose everything. We have to do something about this. That's the whole point. It's just a simple fucking pressure point. The goal is to make it as toxic as possible to deal with Israel. And it should be. In a just world, these movements would not even need to exist. The American government would be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? We're done. Bullshit. It's over. Bitch ass up, dude. I don't want to hear this shit. Okay. Skipping Trump. I don't care. He can hold this L. Suck my dick. One last thing I want to point out. Read the letter from 12 Republican senators threatening ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, who is an American-appointed prosecutor to the International Criminal Court, who recently, as you guys know, said some things that the American government thought were really fucked up. Or not said some things, but there is rumors being spread about the fact that he might actually do his goddamn job, which would require him to, put out a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu and numerous other officials in the Israeli war cabinet, and even some Hamas officials as well, for everyone's involvement in their own share of war crimes. Now, of course, this is completely unacceptable in the eyes of the American government. They're like, Hamas only, please. Excuse me. Don't you understand that Israel is in the right? Don't you understand that Israel is doing it in the best way possible? Don't you understand that Israel is small bean? Doing small bean genocide. Quite anti-Semitic of you, sir. That's basically what they're saying. Bubba? Oh, what up? Anyway, bro, you're gonna get her. Oh wait, actually, can you let her outside? Okay, Kaya, go. No, oh, you're gonna walk her. Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at what Tom Cotton, Marsha Blackburn, Ted Budd, Ted Cruz, Pete Ricketts, Rick Scott, Mitch McConnell, Katie Boyd Britt, Kevin Kramer, Bill Haggerty, Marco Rubio, and Tim Scott had to say. Oh my gosh, someone just posted about Macklemore again. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm close to losing my fucking mind, okay? Hold on. I'm just trying to find a mood-setting song for this, okay? Chatters have like never met a fucking quirked up white boy who cares about Palestinians before. They're losing their fucking minds. I don't care. It is cringe. You are cringe. Hades 2 later, potentially. I was gonna find like a good mood song for this, but I don't know. What? I hate this song. I hate this song. This song fucking sucks. It's hurting my feelings. That's the wrong diss track. All right. Dear Mr. Khan. What? Dear Mr. Khan. if I can call you mister, since you're a goddamn terrorist. We write regarding the reports that the International Criminal Court may be considering issuing an international arrest warrant against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials. Such actions are illegitimate and lack legal basis, and if carried out will result in severe sanctions against you and your institution. The ICC is attempting to punish Israel for taking legitimate actions of self-defense against their Iranian-backed aggressors. In fact, in your own words, you witnessed scenes of calculated cruelty conducted by Hamas in Israel following the October 7 attacks. These arrest warrants would align the ICC with the largest state sponsor of terrorism and its proxy. To be clear, there is no moral equivalence between Hamas's terrorism and Israel's justified response. The ICC is also prohibited by its charter from proceeding in any case unless the relevant government is unwilling or unable to police themselves. You yourself have said that Israel has trained lawyers who advise commanders in a robust system intended to ensure compliance with international humanitarian law. By issuing warrants, you would be calling into question the legitimacy of Israel's laws, legal system, and democratic form of governance. I wonder why they would be doing such a thing. Your issuing arrest warrants for the leaders of Israel would not only be unjustified, it would expose your organization's hypocrisy and double standards. Your office has not issued arrest warrants for Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, or any other Iranian official, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, or any other Iranian official, or Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, or any other Hamas official. That's not true. They literally are also potentially looking into arrest or issuing arrest warrants for Hamas officials as well. Nor have you issued an arrest warrant for the genocidal General Secretary of People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, or any other Chinese official. That's right. Like that Singaporean Chinese, the TikTok guy that Senator Tom Cotton, a signatory of this piece of legal document, had criticized for being a secret type of Chinese, a third type that we hadn't thought about before. Okay? As you guys know, Israel is far too famous to be doing sex crimes, much like Audrey Graham Drake of Toronto, Canada. Israel could never do war crimes because it's too sexy. And also on top of that, it's too good. It's bitch too bad. Israel's bitch is too bad. Is smoke too loud. Israel would never be able to do a genocide. Obviously, they go to jail if they did a genocide. Okay? It's too famous to do a genocide. How dare you? International Criminal Court. That's right. Famously, sex crimes are never conducted by famous people, as Aubrey Drake Graham correctly pointed out, and genocides are never done by sexy countries, famous countries, countries that are perhaps the most moral beacon of democracy, not just in the Middle East, but also around the world. Finally, neither Israel nor the United States, God bless his soul, God bless America, are members of the ICC and are therefore outside of your organization's supposed jurisdiction. Come and get them, bitches. That's right. If you issue a warrant for the arrest of Israeli leadership, we will interpret this not only as a threat to Israel's sovereignty, but to the sovereignty of the United States. Oh my God. I feel vindicated, more vindicated by the moment. They literally are saying, like, Israel is our state. It's America. Any actions taken against Israel basically is like you're taking the action against America. Okay? And it's not like a gay state that we don't care about, like Wyoming or Arkansas or or North Dakota. Merge the Dakotas, I say. Merge the Dakotas to make way for Israel as the 50th state so that we can finally have a state that we care about more than the Dakotas, which should be one single solitary unified state. Make no mistake, we do not care about Puerto Rico. A lot of Mexicans there in Puerto Rico don't care about that much at all, as a matter of fact, so they will never get statehood. Too many Mexicans living out there, and we even granted them citizenship. Okay, let's get back to the state that I care about the most, Israel. All right? We will interpret this as a threat to Israel's sovereignty, but the sovereignty of the United States. Our country demonstrated in the American Service Members Protection Act the lengths to which we will go to protect our sovereignty. Make no mistake, unlike the Six Gods, we do have actual shooters. And they are not packing blunderbusses. They got actual fucking weapons. We got nukes. We will invade The Hague. If you come after Israel, we will invade The Hague. We will invoke the Hague Invasion Act. Because as I've mentioned over and over again, okay, I'm not sitting down with my blicky at New Ho King. I am actually sitting in D.C., okay? And we got all the blickies. You can't come after us. Nobody's ever grabbed our chain at New Ho King, unlike Aubrey Graham, whose chain was snatched at New Ho King in his own city. That is rather disrespectful. Last but not least, the United States will not tolerate politicized attacks by the ICC on our allies. Target Israel and we will target you. If you move forward with the measures indicated in the report, we will move you to end all American support from the ICC, sanction your employees and associates, and bar you and your families from the United States. You have been warned. We will bomb you. The Netherlands has been warned. Do you understand me? You must be smoking on that good Zaza over there in Amsterdam if you think you could do such a goddamn thing. Do you understand me? What is this you're reading? Just the unhinged screechings of a group of uniquely racist and uniquely mad American Republican senators. 12 of them to be exact. Many of them also deserve to be tried in the International Criminal Court for being willing participants in an ongoing and active genocide. This is simply intimidating a judge of the international variety who ironically was literally fucking put into that position in the Office of the Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court by the United States of America. Evangelical Zionists are some of the most unhinged, as you know. U.S. previously called for arrest warrants against Putin. Russia is not a party to the Rome Statute either. Yeah, reminder that the U.S., the UK, and Germany have previously supported the ICC arrest warrant for the leader of a state not party to the Rome Statute of the ICC. Just to remember. showing the young Zionists showing up here that there's show of survivors protesting with the students in the streets could help open their mind a little. I think no, they've already written off all of the Holocaust survivors as bad Jews, straight up. I wish that I could reach out to them. Anyway, oh my God! Once again, Macklemore mentioned in the chat. Okay. There was a really funny argument that I saw as well on the Washington Post. I love this one. You got to hand it to him. Democracy dies in the darkness. Thank God for the Washington Post for coming up with phenomenal solutions. But students, protesters could try a different tactic. One that doesn't seem to have been found any traction amid the volley of demands. They could become investors in the U.S. defense contractors or other companies they want to influence. That would allow them to become activist investors and push for the change they want to see from the inside as investors, Marciano said. I would love to see that as a public policy professor, he said. If you suggest some fucking idiotic bullshit like this, you should literally be, you should lose your tenure. I would be fascinated by any group of students that did that. First of all, demanding divestment from your university endowments is literally that, you fucking idiot. It is what you're describing. It's activist students getting together and being like, our tuition is paying for these companies. Our tuition is paying into these companies. We no longer want to do that. That's literally it. Unless he's actually suggesting a hostile takeover of Raytheon, in which case he must be out of his fucking mind. To be fair, it did work for the one guy who reversed Elon's stock reward. He owned 9 shares and got 56 billion canceled. Chat, I'm sorry. I don't know if this is real or not, but simply changing the Twitter account from like exposing the truth to say cheese does not make the source more valid. We have now moved from like truth sayer, anti-vaxxer, brave patriot says assassination attempt on Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to now say cheese, an account that I think almost exclusively was designed with one purpose, which was to defend Tory Lanez in his court case as the Los Angeles state prosecutors, or the California state prosecutors in Los Angeles were prosecuting him for the crime of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. This did not make it more valid. There is literally a say cheese watermark on this video. Please, what the fuck are you doing? Be more media literate. Are you cheesing, fam? Motherfuckers be like, Democracy Now? ProPublica? Not interested. Say cheese? I'm there, dude. What's next, bro? Daily Loud? Okay, I'm starting to ban motherfuckers. Take an hour off. You're done. Next person that sends me the Macklemore link gets a week off. Next person that sends me, or a day off. Next person that sends me another Macklemore link gets an entire week off. And then the person after that, as you know, will get a motherfucking permaban. Okay, fuck Ben Shapiro. Yes, I am doing anti-white racism. Yes. An Israeli official told the New York Times that Israel and Hamas have been closer to a deal a couple days ago, but Netanyahu's statements about invading Rafah, regardless of the outcome, compelled Hamas to harden its demands in an attempt to ensure that Israeli forces won't enter the city. Okay. Take a day off. Let's coming. It's a week off. Typical lefty making enemies for no reason. Yeah, I saw the international prizes that they were giving to the New York Times. Just like the international prize you just got from 34 MKD50 at the top of the fucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. 100 of you will not be seeing Kendrick Update's Drake pedophile. What the fuck is this? I didn't even say that I was never going to listen to the Macklemore song, but now I'm feeling like I'm probably not going to. Is your YouTube shadow banned? Because I see clip channels before your main channel. When I look up your name, Hasanabi, is your YouTube shadow banned? I don't think so. Okay. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get to Drake, The Heart Part 6 with lyrics, the Kendrick Lamar diss.
Damn, this guy's good.